And we are live. Welcome to Kings of Pop Culture, episode 3, with me joining the lovely King right down there. Christian to the left.
People?
And then RJ to the bottom left.
Surprise, motherfuckers.
Oh, God,
what a
we
great
have
way to
a
begin.
juicy stream for y'all in the chat. So we've got a few items on the agenda. We've got a few things to go through. We're going to keep it split into certain segments. So, King, my good man, would you like to read the list? And also, by the way, before he reads it, this dude, again, major props, because he organizes this list. So I'm eternally grateful for him for that.
Every
and we
week.
both have matching headbands.
Oh, yeah. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The King of Pop Cultures today, and we're about to get started with the agenda today. So, we're going to have a rant on Star Wars. Yes, we are talking about Star Wars, people. I know it's been forever. It's like going back. I know how it is. Like, all right, and then we got having another rant from my man RJ about the DC fandom versus the Marvel fandom. You know, it's kind of a stupid rivalry because I like both, but I want to hear his takes on it. And then we're gonna go into our DC Marvel segment. It's gonna be real hero heavy today, people. So our DC segment, we're gonna be talking about how Bane is getting his own show allegedly, but there's not gonna be Batman in it. It's kind of weird. I don't know. Then we got Marvel. What happened? People to die in the M. We have Miles Morales. Yes, Miles Morales. Off of Into the Spider. What happens if he takes over while Peter dies, and like, or if he's in it. This whole entire phase 4, it's like a bag of Easter eggs. I don't know. And then, yes, we're going to end it off with Strike Hard, No Mercy. Let's go, Jacob. Let me hear your rant for Star Wars, baby. Give this man hand. Take it away, my man.
Let's go. Okay, let's just get down to business. Let's not waste any time. I've got a few things I've got to get off my chest. Actually, wait, before that, I just want to draw attention, the donation, Grease Cobra Kai, Terry Silver Slytherin Kai. That name is probably the most badass name I've ever seen, but thank you for the $2. I really, really appreciate you. Everyone in the chat, you know the drill. Raise the pint. Raise the pint. Now, to business. Where does one begin with this? Okay, I want to start out by saying, because I know in the chat some will go, Disney. I know. Yeah. Trust me, I feel your pain.
We're expecting the worst.
What I will say, just to give a bit of nuance and context to the situation and a silver lining. Yep, absolutely. Is do I hate the sequel trilogy? I do not. I think they are good films. I think there is a lot to like about them. I think there's a lot of redemptive qualities about them. I think individually, they all. Don't worry, chat. I'll get to the certain little specifics in a minute. Don't worry. Just bear with me. I think there's a lot to like about them. I think there's a lot that you can sort of take from them in terms of themes and story and characters. And the castings are all spot on. The world building is okay. The effects are pretty badass, but that's just because what do you expect for a film like this? I mean, from the biggest company on the planet now.
Yeah.
But in terms of as a cohesive story, I'm going to try and keep as calm as possible. You start out with The Force Awakens, which is one gigantic mystery box. Okay, and for those that say, "Oh no,
Yeah.
it wasn't," yes, it was. It was a gigantic
It
mystery box. Snoke,
Yes, it was.
the Emperor 2.0 comes out of nowhere. The First Order, Empire 2.0. Can we get some explanation on that? Starkiller Base, like ripping 5 planets to shreds. But I'll get to all the positive spins of it in a minute. Rey, who is she? Why is she so powerful? Where does she come from? All that kind of stuff. Finn, what's he about? Where does he come from? All that jazz. And the legacy characters. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. Calm. So, in terms of Han being in character, King Cobra, a Star Wars What If would be dope. I'll talk on that in a minute. As far as the legacy characters, I would say they were all relatively in character for the most part. Mostly Han. But it feels like, with this movie, it was done to... The reason it feels so similar to A New Hope is it was a conscious creative choice to get everyone back on board due to the loathing of the prequels. Now, I am a prequel kid. I grew up with those, and I never had half of the backlash until I got on the internet and started meeting, internet dwellers that don't go outside.
Neckbeards.
Yeah, literally neckbeards that are just like, I designed from the internet sand. But The Force Awakens, despite how much and how many questions, asked, it was a good first act. It wasn't personally what I would have done, but it laid the groundwork. It set some characters up nicely. Unfortunately, it did set a precedent for one character. It's precedent for one character. It basically set up this character's arc, right? When you watch The Force Awakens for the first time, you're thinking, Finn, Stormtrooper turned Jedi. Okay, then you think of Kyle Katarn in Legends. He was a Stormtrooper, then he defected and he became a Jedi and he trained under Luke Skywalker. So you're thinking, okay, this could be Disney's opportunity to do that with Finn. And did they do it? No. Way! For 3 movies. But The Force Awakens was a good first act, and it set the foundation. So you are hoping by that point that Finn and Rey and Poe and Ben Solo, they can go on to very rich and organic arcs. We fast forward to The Last Jedi. Shit. Right, this is where things start to get a little bit... this is where my problems with the sequels come out. Is we were going this way. Right, this was the direction we were going in. And Rey handing the lightsaber to Luke at the end of The Force Awakens is symbolic of J.J. Abrams saying, here you go, next in line. You now take this, you run with it, and then you carry it forward. And what Rian Johnson did was he basically said, no, I don't want any of this. And out it goes. Here's what I'm doing now. I'm going to go this way. You can't do that. You cannot do that when you are the second person in a 3-act play. You can't do that. It would be like me saying to you, this is the story, okay? Once upon a time, there was an old man in a park. He was feeding pigeons. It was a sunny day, and he was eating ice cream, okay? That's the story. That's the foundation. And then I hand it off to you. And you go, no, it wasn't an old man. It was a young boy. And it wasn't pigeons. It was doves. And it wasn't ice cream. It was brunch. And on a sunny day, it was a rainy day. And it wasn't the park. It was Tesco. It's like, you can't do that. You can't do that. It hasn't been established. It hasn't been set up. You're just saying, oh, we'll have a bit of that. We'll have a bit of that. Throwing it over here, throwing it over there. And just going in unusual and uncharted territory that wasn't earned. And it was done for no other reason than to surprise the audience. Having said that, however, the whole Ben and Rey dynamic in the film, I actually quite like that. because in Legends you have Bastila and you have Revan, so it was like a live action of that for me. It was like, okay, this is cool. Then we get to Luke's treatment. Okay, so
this is unforgivable, by the way.
Right. At the end of the film,
it's unforgivable, man.
Literal chills in the cinema when he was walking out on Crate and he was doing what a Jedi did. He uses the Force for knowledge and wisdom, never for attack. I actually like that bit. However, we just got him back. We literally just got him back, and now he's gone. And the whole movie has been building to this crescendo. So Last Jedi's gone in different direction than what we expected. Okay, fine. So you go to the end of the movie where Rey and Ben are potentially going to team up because the movie has been building to this point. So you're thinking, oh my God, they're actually going to go through with it. And then that would set Finn up to, go on that journey. And do they follow through with it? No. They just go. She just goes, "Oh, Ben, don't do this, Ben. Please, come on." That doesn't make any sense. The whole movie has been building to this point of Rey going with Kylo Ren. That would be a powerful second act ending. Your main villain, Rey and Kylo Ren. She's not bad, but she's with Kylo Ren. That means Finn and Poe are like, "Hey, we gotta do something. We gotta step up."
Yeah.
Then you fulfill Finn was set up to be in The Force Awakens. Let's bring the Rise of Skywalker into the mix. So Episode 9 was like, Finn's Force sensitive. It's like, well, okay, cool. We knew that in Episode 7. We knew that. So he ends the trilogy the same way he started, but just as a general now. So if his arc was given to any other character, it would be a good arc. But unfortunately, Finn's arc was set up, and even in the Force Awakens trailer, it says the Force, the Jedi, as Poe nudges Finn on the arm in the trailer. Who's holding the lightsaber in the trailer? It's Finn. So there's the expectation already set up. They go nowhere with it.
Disney.
They go nowhere with it. And it's going to take Lego Star Wars to fulfill that arc. I don't want to have to go... Look, books are cool. Books are great. But as for me, my Star Wars is up on the big screen, silver screen, popcorn, cinematic experience. I don't have to go and read a book, page 506, paragraph 2, sentence 11, to understand what happened in the movie. It's like, no, fuck off with that shit. Make it make sense in the movie. We're not reading books. I'm paying tickets for tickets to see the movie. I'm not paying to go and read books. That should be additional knowledge. That should beef it up a bit more. Juicy content, not fill in the gaps and the plot holes. And I think ultimately, this... where was Anakin? Where was
Obi-Wan?
Where was Obi-Wan?
Where
was Mace Windu?
Where were these two? And this is where the biggest problem is. This trilogy could have connected the original and the prequel and fulfilled the new characters in the sequels in such an endgame event that when it gets to Episode 9, The Last Jedi hasn't set anything up for it to be a climatic ending. So, okay, what are we going to do? We've got no villain. And I know there was concept art and stuff in the Duel of the Fates script, which does look cool for Kylo Ren to be a final villain. But unfortunately, that's just concept art. And for me, Kylo Ren is too conflicted to be a final villain. Way too conflicted. He reminds me sort of, the Cobra Kai fans of it, sort of a Hawk. He was always going to be a number 2. He was never going to be the top dog. He wants to be the top dog, but he will never be. That's his sort of arc. And the one good thing that Episode 9 did was it brought Han's little death. It made Han's death mean something other than just Harrison Ford once out. It gave it a full circle, and with Han forgiving him, it was like, okay, now Ben Solo's back. So there was a beautiful little arc there. The whole Rey Palpatine thing, in hindsight, and I was one of the people that wanted her to be related to someone. I wanted her to be a Kenobi or a Skywalker or whatever. In hindsight, I prefer that she was a nobody because it for me, it didn't matter where you come from. It didn't matter what lineage you are. You could be whoever you wanted to be. And that kind of thing made the universe feel so small that when that reveal happened in episode 9, it feels like we're watching 2 movies in one, like we've missed something. And that's the problem with the trilogy overall, is not only they used to release every 3 years, but George already had the outline for each trilogy. I'd say, well, for the prequel trilogy at least, before he started it.
Yeah.
And in the original trilogy, there wasn't much of a plan. George was he had an idea, but he was kind of going as he went along. But that's different because you're in the early days of the franchise. But now you have certain things to take into account. And it feels like giving Rey and Kylo Ren the balance arc with an undead Palpatine, on paper it sounds cool, but not integrating Anakin and Obi-Wan and Yoda and hell, even Windu in there. Why not? It just feels like a... I'll say this. The best way to describe the sequels for me is 1 to 6 is the timeline. That is the beginning, middle, and end. 7 to 9 is like an extension. If you want to watch it, you can. It's mostly about how the kids evolve and grow. And they say that it's not Luke's story or Leia's story or Han's story, but then they go and slap the Skywalker saga at the end of the final movie, and there's no Skywalkers left. They're all dead. Every single one of them. And the only one that's left is a Palpatine. So I symbolically, Palpatine's saying, fuck you, Gramps or Dad or whatever.
I win.
Whatever Emperor's relation is to her. I don't know, some cloning thing. But before it was revealed, it was that everyone thought he got busy in his younger days as a senator. He was a pimp. But he was like,
the Dark Lord still gets up. The Dark Lord still keeps it up.
Execute order. No, I can't say that one. But basically, it feels like, yeah, it's just, they are what they are at the point. And this is mostly just me giving my final thoughts onto the sequel trilogy, because I know there have been people in the chat that want me to really sort of hone in on the certain little features and things that I wanted to discuss. So this is mostly kind of where I'm at. If you like them, that's cool. Like, I like them. But it's just a shame that they weren't what they could have been. But
it is what it is.
I will say that to the 50-year-old neckbeards that are scrolling around on the socials being dicks to like 12-year-olds who like these movies, come on, stop it now. Stop it. Stop it. They're not that bad. They're not necessarily great, but they have their moments. You know, each movie individually is very strong. It's just as a cohesive unit, it just kind of fell short of the mark. And the one good thing it did was it showed Disney and Lucasfilm what works and what doesn't. So when they go forward with The Mandalorian, when they go forward with like Bad Batch, they know what to do and what not to do. Someone in the chat got the reference easily. So, and they said it was the end of the Skywalker saga. I don't believe that for a second. I think episode 10 will be out in a few years. The first thing they'll do in the trailer for that is you'll see Finn training. 100%. You'll just see him training.
Yeah, it will make perfect sense for his continuation, you know?
Speaking of Finn, for sure. Though, like, speaking of Finn, how do you feel about John Boyega might be coming back to play Finn in his own TV series on Disney Plus?
I mean, I think it's just naturally fulfilling what he was meant to have. And the thing is with Finn's arc, Finn and Rey have a bond, but to me, I never got the sense that it was like romantic. I sort of got the sense of it was two people who came together, you know, by circumstance. And one thing that The Force Awakens should have done was it should have had Poe, Finn, and Rey together. Because the little dynamic that they had together in episode 9, and then you avoid the little Mary Sue thing there. You could have Poe piloting the Falcon. You could have Rey and Finn on the guns. You know, that then you have bonding time for the new trio, which is what we all thought was going to happen. And the Rise of Skywalker, where they left even more ambiguity, is when they're in the sand pits and they're sinking, and he's like, Rey, I never told you. You know, it's like, so are we meant to think maybe he has some like feelings or something? But it turns out he wanted to confess that he was Force sensitive, which is cool, but you're dying, so what does it matter? Like, it's like, I'm Force sensitive. It's like, okay, cool, but you're dying. Like, I don't agree with that choice that they went with at all. Then killing off Ben Solo.
I was just about to say
me the wrong way completely.
Yeah. Like you already know my take on it.
Okay.
That was loud.
No.
Sorry.
No, that wasn't you, man.
Oh.
The force is strong.
Oh, I was just yeah.
I'm nearly
I told everybody
that
this.
my ears are so sensitive.
And I'm still stick to the statement. If George the whole entire project, two things either Finn was gonna get. He was either gonna get a lightsaber or he was gonna get the girl. It was gonna be those. So because I already know that George Lucas is a fair director, so most likely he probably would have got the lightsaber. That's what I was thinking.
And I'm just throwing this out there that under George Lucas, you had Lando Calrissian introduced as a suave, debonair badass. Then you had Samuel Jackson introduced as Mace Windu with the only purple lightsaber ever. So Disney doing this whole thing of, oh, well, we're going to do it right. No. You didn't.
You went backwards,
Mickey,
actually.
Have a chat with your boy Goofy, Mickey, because he's doing some in the corner, and it's not really meshing with the story. But yeah, the sequels are a mess, but they have their redemptive qualities, and I think there's a lot of things that we can kind of look at and enjoy. And I think time will be kind to these movies. I think the kids who grow up with these movies will grow up and have a voice. They'll say their opinion. And then we'll see it from another lens. It's just not what I personally would have done with the whole thing.
Honestly, I thought it was like like all three of them look me now, man. Like that's how I feel. It's decom in space. Like I'm talking about Dick Kelly and all that old stuff. That's how the Star Wars movie feels.
I mean, it's a shame because when you look at Return of the Jedi's ending, it was so perfect. Oh God, it was perfect. Oh, and just to know where things could go after that, it just kind of But having said that, there's a lot to like with the sequel trilogy. There's just as much to dislike, but I think time will come to the movies. And we've got lots to look forward to. We've got Mandalorian. We've got the Kenobi show that I cannot wait for.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it is what it is. And I think it was someone's birthday in the chat, was it?
Tristan's.
Oh, happy birthday,
Tristan! Happy birthday, man.
Oh.
Oh, for those who don't know, so Mandalorian is post episode 6.
Christian, so what do you think about the Star Wars series, like for the 7 through 9? Like, how did you feel about the Disney Star Wars series?
What can I say? Talking about the sequels always makes me nervous, just of the fact of when I voice my opinions. The thing is about the sequel trilogy and what it's gone through. Although I found them great, they're not perfect, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But Jacob also makes a very great point. They're not even perfect. The thing is that what really, really made me love the sequel trilogy more is that there's a little significant difference when you're moving on between timelines. The thing is, a lot of people confuse Episode 9 with 8 due to the fact it looks different just because they jump to one timeline to a year later. And as that to the prequels, that in Episode 2, it ends off where Obi-Wan and Anakin look young, and then we jump to Episode 3 where they're a little older. So there's nothing to make an excuse about it. The thing I found a lot of excuses all the time about the comparing, saying that the sequel trilogy, it has the most mistakes. I hear that a lot, and I'm going to show you a lot of mistakes. The prequels also made mistakes, not just scenes, but some of the scenes that you missed, showing, for example, Anakin, where he was when he was about to say Padme in the middle part of the in episode 2, there was one part that his cape got caught on the stick of the lightsaber, and he's also shown in the movie, and it's like a little confusing.
I've seen that.
That's what it's shown. That's shown, and people just say, "No, this is fine. This isn't fine."
Oh,
no,
I see. Like with the I think I know what you mean, Christian. You know, like the to go on your point, you know, like with the Last Jedi in the Praetorian Guard fight scene, a scene that I actually thoroughly enjoyed.
Yeah, that also that as well.
When it drops the dagger thing, and people kind of glom onto that, like way too much sort of thing. Is that kind of what you like? There's a lot of repetition with the Star Wars like fandom in that sense, where it's just, you know, chill out. But as you were,
it's another thing is about I did have a lot of doubts with the Last Jedi, but once I come across some really great channels, I immediately regretted my criticism of the last few movies for being very blindsided and not analyzing in every scene, which made me look a doofus. So let's just say the thing is, what I did enjoy about The Last Jedi was Ben's arc. Ben's arc was very, very intriguing because his arc, which aren't that different. But the thing is, Ben's arc was pretty much tragic, but not as close as Anakin's, to be honest. And we can say Anakin's turn to the dark side is much darker, and it's horrifying. It's horrifying, and to see a fallen hero committing this horrific acts, you see him as a criminal, you see him as a villain, and people will start hating the character for the decisions he make, and that's what makes a great character, for making a decision. And for Ben's arc, when it's revealed, him moving to Luke Skywalker's temple, this is never what he wanted. He wanted to be with his parents because he cares about them. He loves his family. And there's some certain points that his parents want to put him to Luke Skywalker where he didn't want it because he wants the love of him. Because the most of his time he spent with Luke Skywalker, he believes that all that love for his parents is disappearing. And during his trainings, Luke Skywalker also mentioned he saw that the dark part of him is rising due to the fact his negative actions is happening, you know? This is logically saying. Part where Luke was about to confront Ben Solo, the part where the flashback happens, that gave me a big flashback where Luke nearly killed his dad in episode 9. The looks and the way he said, that's all darkness, sense it.
With
and the rest of the quotes.
When he's about to unleash on Vader.
Yeah. And the looks of his face, to analyze the scene, when he cut out his hand, that face that he gave the expression is that he was enjoying it, kind of. But once he heard the Emperor's voice, his face changed, and when he looked back, he's like, "What have I done? What did I just do?" And the reason why
I don't mind if you don't mind if I cut off you real quick, because like from what I was hearing from Hamill, like he was even saying that that's not Luke. Like Luke is not that type of guy. Like straight up, basically, become the Sith, if that makes sense, because that's what he was saying during his interviews. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, because
Mark Hamill looked like he was disappointed.
With those kind of things, it's. I know Mark has since kind of, backtracked some of his comments, but I think that's mostly just for PR. I think he still feels the same overall, and I think the most enjoyment he's had playing Luke since Return of the Jedi was in The Mandalorian. I think the sequel just. I like what they've done with the character in the sense that. Oh, hey, Yinko. What's up, bro? I like what they've done with the character in the sense that they've humanized him. I love the objective viewpoint of that. I think that's very cool. But my problem is they tried to Dark Knight Rises Luke before we'd even seen Dark Knight. It felt like it wasn't earned enough for me. That's the thing.
Okay.
But I totally get it. It's most of the problems with the sequel trilogy with Luke, Han, Leia. It all comes down to the fact that we don't naturally see how they end up from A to B, if you know what I mean. There's so much time missing.
Yeah.
And that's what I think it's harder for us to kind of grasp it. But no, I know what you mean, Christian. I know what you mean.
Because our main thing was like OG Star Wars fans, people that were watching like 1-6. Our whole entire thing was we wanted to see Luke, we wanted to see we wanted to see Han, Chewie, R2D, CP3O, and Lando all in one scene. Just like get that one scene. The rest of the movies can suck, but we would be about that. But we never got that. It was like a loss.
Yeah.
One scene that everybody wanted.
I can see that. Yeah, the thing is, it's kind of. I kind of wish that Luke could have seen Han, but it's kind of shame that they cut out some deleted scene where Luke was grieving.
Yeah, and that's one of my gripes actually. Is the deleted scene with Luke mourning Han's death is such a beautiful, powerful scene. Regardless of how I feel of the direction they took the sequels, it's such a powerful scene. But they cut that in favor of Luke King titties. Like I'm like, no. You got to put that one in. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Which, you know, despite me not agreeing necessarily with the direction of it, that was such a powerful scene. It would lend some emotional weight to see how it really hit Luke. Like that would have added to his guilt.
Yeah, it's the thing is about Luke. He has a really amazing arcs, and when it comes to the OG trilogy, how far he went to become a Jedi. And in the last excuse me, the Last Jedi. The thing is, we could have had more about way before he jumped to Arc 2. The thing is about for him to learning about Ben's darker part of himself that is rising. It's actually giving him more like a, how do I say it? He allowed his emotions get the best out of him, like the Return of the Jedi.
Oh, right.
Yeah, the Return of the Jedi, it was like an instinct. Like he went all out. He didn't know what he was doing.
I like that parallel between the two of them, where Vader's like pushing him. He's pushing him. He's like, especially your sister. Now your feelings have betrayed her too. And he's like, if you will not turn to the dark side, then perhaps she will. And then one of my favorite shots in all the story, you see, I know you'll like this, Christian. You see how the camera is just panning this way as Luke and Vader are just like dueling just along that way.
Yeah.
Chills.
Just insane or chills.
But
the thing is,
I will say Luke's scene on Crate was badass.
Yeah, indeed. The one thing that I find very detailed in the Return of the Jedi was before Luke dueled Vader in the last minute, we see the lighting between the dark blue and original light, which showcases him between light and darkness. It showcases him completely. And in The Mandalorian, we see him, the legend himself, with doing what he's do best, and the grip that he crushes the droid, he still possesses one of the dark side of the Force abilities. And and the thing is, I thought about it, is that I believe that the dark side of the Force really corrupted a little bit too much of his teaching, because he used the mind trick as well to look into Ben Solo's mind when he was sleeping. And Ben Solo is using the exact same thing to look for information. As I said, Luke Skywalker acted on pure instinct. He completely regretted what he was doing, and that's when Ben Solo completely felt betrayed. It was a mistake. He made a very bad mistake.
Yeah.
And things like that really happen. And that made me feel bad for the character, because so far that he went to be a Jedi Master, he still possesses some of the dark side of the Force to look into Ben's mind, which scared him. It scared him. It reminded him too much like his father's thing, you know? He believes he's gonna kill all the ones that are gonna take care in the exact same way in the Return of the Jedi. There's just so many parallels, that's very similarities that shows how far these two are similar, kind of. And the thing is about Ben. I hear a lot of complaints about people complaining about Kylo Ren's mask. The thing is, I found there's a difference when it comes to when you wear a mask.
Oh wait, What? Like with the design or when he took it off?
What?
The design or off? Because I actually really like it off.
Before we go into that,
His mask.
before we go into that, like I just have to say one thing, like when it first started out with that whole entire like he's trying to be Darth Vader, I even had to tell people, guys, listen, this is a whole new story. He's Darth Vader. Like, come on, you guys are kind of reaching right now. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I agree. So the thing is, once we got introduced to Kylo Ren, there was a difference when it comes to you wearing a mask for what people see. Metaphorically speaking, when you wear a mask, it does not show intimidation. Metaphorically, it conceals of who you really are and trying to hide your original feelings and your emotions of who you really are.
Well, that is one of my favorite things that The Last Jedi did was actually take that off. Now, I mean, the scene where he's in the elevator and he destroys it, and then he repairs it in Episode 9. People kind of put that as a retcon and damage control. I don't think that was. I think that was symbolic that he was trying to go back to what he knew and put the mask. He was trying to put that mask back on to hide himself again. But one of the things that The Last Jedi did, and one of the things that I'll give Rian Johnson huge credit for, is taking that off, and then we get to actually see Han Solo's son. And, you know, need I just say, like, with, you know, Episode 9, one of my favorite moments was when, you know...
Yo, Jacob, hold on. Jacob.
Han and Anakin in one.
Yeah.
Hold on. I gotta cut everybody off. I don't usually look at the chat. Mike H, why are you asking Lisa, does she have a life?
Let me just.
No, we don't do that here. Don't do that.
Mike, for Christ's sake.
Okay. Gosh.
Asshole. Go ahead.
You guys need to go outside, man. We already now. Like,
I didn't even know. I was in
always happens.
I was in conversation. I didn't even care about it. Stop being.
You guys mind if I
forget a fucking toy?
Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. I just had to point it out. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Carry on, Christian, as you were.
Thanks.
No, thank you, RJ.
Nothing against you, RJ. You're good. As I was saying, as I said, the masks aren't just. It's also metaphorically speaking, it conceals who your real identity, and you become this person. And it does not just hide who you are. You hide your emotions, you hide your feelings, and the originality of who you became. And this happens exactly in Greek theaters. In Greek theaters, we wear masks to conceal who we really are and our emotions. What's perfectly amazing is that Kylo Ren's mask reminds me too much. The definition of him in his perspective reminds me a little more of Darth Raven's. Darth Raven's mask. He worn it trying to hide his human side because he doesn't want those who fought to see the human. They want to see the Sith Lord that will destroy them. That's it.
They want to see the symbol. The symbol.
Yeah, they want to see the symbol. And Kylo Ren is actually trying to accomplish like Vader did. But the thing is, for me, how can I say it? He's trying to follow so much of his grandfather's steps, but he will never reach his level due to the fact his grandfather has enhanced a lot more in the dark side than he did. Because most of the times that we see Kylo Ren, most of the time we see, most of the time we see Ben Solo. Most of the time we see Ben Solo, we see just part of him fighting the light and darkness inside of him. There's so many amazing shots about Adam Driver's
performance is so fucking good.
It's amazing. There's so many shots where he can portray three different characters: a man who's fighting within himself, a man who's actually a dark person, and the other is a good person. The scenery where he was Ben Solo, it blew me away. It really made me feel it was Ben Solo. That's Ben Solo. And it is so amazingly
in episode 9 when he's wearing that sweater and he's running like his father, like he's literally running exactly like Han, using the blaster that Lando gave him. I was like,
Yeah, I loved
Yeah.
it a
And
lot
then
ever since.
he's
He gave me a
using the
throwback
saber
when
like
he shot that
Anakin.
one
I
of the
was like,
trooper
this
behind
is
him.
Han and Anakin in one. I was like, yes. And they killed him. I was like, no, come on, man. We're just no.
The redemption character story.
And
But man, I'll
excuse
tell
me.
you, I had fucking chills. Oh, and the one positive I can take from his death is, you know, again, I personally wouldn't have killed him just because I wanted something fresh. But it brought full circle what Anakin wanted to do for his mother and those that he loved, which was save them from death. So that is a nice little full circle for that character. There's also one that not a lot of people noticed in episode 1 when Anakin says to his mum, he says, "The biggest problem in this verse is nobody helps each other." What fleet does Lando roll up with? He Dunkirks it. He brings everyone.
Yeah.
Chills.
Well,
Absolute
just my
chills.
only gripe with these movies was like I just didn't really like the, because like I just liked the part that Rey basically made a spirit bomb sword. I know I said this like a couple of streams. Like you just have all the Jedi spirits kind of lightsaber. I was like, oh god, please stop! No.
Like the lightsabers coming out would have just been cringe. No, I wouldn't have liked that. They should have done was there was a good edit I saw that was a really good edit. They had like echoes of the Force ghosts. Like you could not see them, but you could see them. There was like Anakin, like Yoda, Obi-Wan. Like you could sort of see them. And how I would have done it is anyone that was live action. So live action, you've got Windu, Qui-Gon, Anakin, Yoda, Obi-Wan. And what you could even do, because like there's always that debate of the old Force ghosts versus the young, you could have Obi-Wan as Ben Kenobi 1 minute, then younger Obi-Wan. So then it shows that they're always changing. So then it keeps all the versions of the canon. And then you've got Rey standing there with Ben Solo, not thrown down a pit. You have Rey and Ben together, Force behind them, same thing. And that's basically what they did. But just 90% of the way. I just wanted to see them. Just not necessary, but it would have been kind of cool.
Honest,
you know.
We wanted to see Mace Windu come out of nowhere just to slice up Palpatine. I'm back.
I got you, mother.
Yeah, it's cool, really good. It's cool. Yeah, you know. As I was saying, what was I talking about again? Jeez.
You were talking about Ben's character and him hiding behind the mask.
Yes, about the mask.
Finishing up the statement and all that.
As I was saying, The Last Jedi, we get to experience more about Ben instead of Kylo Ren. It's like a major difference because most of the scenes that we see him, we believe that's Kylo, but there's something different about him. Is that sometimes he gets pulled away to the light, or is he getting pulled back to the dark? It's like a battle between or split personality that he has inside. And in The Last Jedi, we see him destroying his mask, which, aka Snoke, was his abuser.
I love that scene.
Yeah, and he was his abuser, and Kylo really, really didn't like being bossed around by that guy anymore. And the thing is about when he destroyed his mask, he's like, fuck it, I'm not going to be in my grandfather's shadow anymore. And what's so different about the episode 9 is that the reason he rebuilt his mask is to conceal himself being Kylo Ren, but not like his grandfather, as a supreme leader. Because he's now the leader. And he's the leader of the Knights of Ren, because without the mask, he's not the leader of the Knights of Ren.
Yeah.
And the thing is about...
Because it's a symbol of the group.
Yeah, it's their symbol. Luke's arc in The Last Jedi is one of my favorites. It finally, we saw how much he had fallen into his life after Ben's fall. But the only guy, the one person who's going to pull him back up is none other than Yoda himself.
Yeah.
The thing is about the scene with
I like how they around. It's like his old self.
Yes, the scene. It also teaches a great lesson that a failure that we do can also be a big lesson. No matter how many times you
Yeah.
fail, it will teach you a lot of things. And that's what Luke had just learned.
We are what they grow beyond, my dude.
Exactly. It's what's so
Telling you
amazing
makes you
about Star
stronger.
Wars. They teach us a lot of things about events, and it's emotionally. And the final sequence in him in the crate, he actually
Sorry
in
to
my
cut
head.
you off, Christian. Here. Sorry to cut you off, Christian. 1 second.
What is it?
To everyone in the chat that's doing madness, just shut up. Just stop doing weird shit. Carry on, Christian.
Ugh, weird. As I was saying, Luke's arc was really great. I know a lot of people don't like his arc, and I agree, and I have nothing against Mark Hamill, and I love him deeply as Luke Skywalker, and pretty much I understand about his expectations. But the thing is, what's really sold me into his character is that how far he became the legend that we all know. In the crate, I believe that Luke doesn't want to hurt Ben Solo because he already inflicted too much pain. Too much pain since the early get-go when he was young. And for him doing the exact same thing what Yoda told him never an attack, the quote that you said, Jacob.
It says that, didn't it? It's wisdom and knowledge,
Yeah, and the thing is about when he done that, he actually not inflicted any pain to Kylo, only just frustration and telling him why he will not come close to him, why he will never defeat Luke Skywalker, the legend himself. And that's why Luke Skywalker, he proved himself why he's a legend. And pretty much in Episode 9, he admits he was wrong everything what he said, that the Jedi shouldn't exist. He was wrong about everything that he said about the Jedi.
And you have the full there of when he lifts his X-wing out the water, like on your note there, when he lifts the X-wing out the water and you got the theme playing, I was like, ooh, yeah.
It was reminiscing where Yoda put it. Yeah, I know. I got very strong vibes when he lifted that X-wing, like master, like student.
Yeah. I gotta ask you guys
that's
this
the
one
thing
thing.
with the sequel. It is a 50-50 toss-up.
Yeah, it's.
Let me ask you this one.
What kind of smoke is this rubbish in the chat? You're right. Sorry. So if you comment any more weird stuff in the chat, I'm just going to ignore you, and we're going to stay on topic. This is great discussion here. You just keep doing your things in the chat and keep being weirdos and whatever. Christian King, I'm sorry. Carry on, my boys.
Okay. It's okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Excuse me a sec.
I see this one question. Yeah. Give your voice a break, Christian. But what would you got? Okay, if Snoke was still alive, and I think this could be like part of our Star Wars section because it's almost about to hit an hour. But if Snoke was alive, what do you think would happen if he was still alive during like the last two movies in the team?
I think he would sort out some of the madness that's happening in the chair, but also what he would also do is he would be the final villain. So I think, in essence, the whole trilogy would have played out the same, except Palpatine would have been used as maybe an artifact or something. He wouldn't have actually been brought back because Snoke would have been the final villain. That's the only difference I think would have made.
Yes,
kind of
I agree with that as well.
I think we'll definitely delegate some more. I think what we'll do is we'll definitely delegate a much larger segment to some Star Wars stuff because I know we time with that kind of stuff because me and Christian we're fanboying out here.
I need a break.
But I think just for nuance. We'll progress into our next topic. But I'll say this before we move on to it.
Yeah.
It is refreshing to hear, and this is one thing that I have said consistently about what I do with these Sunday streams, much to the dismay of internet basement dwellers that are neck deep in whatever they're neck deep in, is, it's like, I don't like to live in an echo chamber where people say the same things I do. So when I have an opinion on the sequels, King has an opinion, and then Christian has an opinion. We learn from each other, and we go, "Oh, that's interesting. I never thought of it like that." And I would implore all the people in the chat or who are watching otherwise and after the fact, to instill the same nuance and context into your own discussions, because you will progress much further in where you go in life. But yes, that will round off our Star Wars segment for this time. I think next stream as well. Probably
I believe that. I believe that.
That's a lot of
maybe.
So we can naturally into the next arc, because I know RJ, you got some things to say.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Wait, what? This chat is gone.
Let me take a look at what the hell is
Okay,
happening.
so what we're going to do, we will progress into our second topic. Ignore those in the chat. They're just nuts. I'd say, I don't know about interesting, actually. I'm not sure what my favorite sequel is. I might have to do I'll think about it. But what we'll do is we'll progress onto DC versus Marvel and how it's stupid. Now, before we all explode, I have my feelings on this stupid tribalism thing as well. But RJ, I will let you have the floor for this one, sir.
You know, fan bases. You see, I have never in my entire life. Oh, what's up, Face Cloudy? In my entire life, been around comic book fans where they point out Marvel and DC and they try to point it against each other, and it's ridiculous. Like, everything has to be. King Cobra said it best. He said console versus PC is more toxic than Marvel versus DC. But he brings up a great point. Everything has to be versus. Oh, The Mandalorian. Yeah. Is it better? Is it the best It's the best Star Wars property of all time. No, it's not. The original Star Wars is better. How much you want to bet after Cobra Kai ends, or probably in the next few years, they're gonna be like, Cobra Kai, what's better, Cobra Kai or the Karate Kid? It doesn't matter. They're all following the same thing. The problem is with society today is that they make everything got to be a versus. Oh, this, that, Xbox or PS4. Which one's better? It doesn't make. It's
because people love conflict.
And when it comes to the Marvel and DC, why not? Why can't you like both? You get the best of both worlds. It's like you go to Waffle House and you can get the whole All-Star breakfast. Like, you can get all of it. You can get sausage and bacon. Just take it. I mean, like, I don't see why people have to.
Whatever takes your pick.
Just, oh, you're a Marvel? Oh, fuck Marvel. Oh, you're on DC? Fuck DC. It's like, why? Why can't you like both?
Yeah, they're like, wow, Team Marvel. Woo. It's like,
Team Marvel.
Sadly, is that it feels like he's going up against each other, like, for no reason. They don't like the characters, like from the get-go.
Yeah, it doesn't. It just pisses me off how we in the comic book community used to be so peaceful. Now it is just toxic as politics at this point, because they try so hard to just make it a competition. Oh, well, Zack Snyder's Justice League, it made HBO Max better. Oh no, Black Widow wasn't good, so Marvel sucks now. It's like, why can't you just like both? We got nerds arguing about box office numbers now, and which one's better, which movie did better. Who argues about box office numbers? Oh, well, Black Widow didn't do good because Disney Plus. Well, you don't know. It just didn't do well. Not every movie is going to make $1 billion.
That's true.
The Suicide Squad, it's better. It's better than Guardians of the Galaxy. It's better. I mean, you can say which one's better, but why can't you just whatever happened to enjoying the movie? We're so quick. Like I kid you not, every time I leave a movie, one of my friends is like, "So what'd you like better? How about you ask me what my initial thoughts were first before like you ask me which is better and all that stuff." Like literally when I came out of the Suicide Squad. Literally when I came out of Suicide Squad, people are like, "So was this James Gunn's best movie? Was it better than Guardians of the Galaxy?"
No.
I don't know. I just saw the movie.
No.
Good grief, man.
Oh no.
But it's like a problem. So. It's like before the pandemic started, No Way Home was slated to come out in July, and Batman was supposed to come out in June, and this is supposed to be this year before COVID happened, before any of that happened. People are like online, oh, it's gonna be a competition between Batman fans and Spider-Man fans. What? Just go watch both movies. What?
Yep.
Like I just don't understand this.
Yeah.
It's like they're children, man.
Stuff. Why can't you like both?
Like they're acting like if a bunch of 15-year-olds. They never learn to grow up, guys. Like seriously.
As I said, some people still haven't left the playground. It's like when they're asking, do you like Marvel or DC? They're not looking for you to say, oh, I like Marvel. I prefer Marvel. DC's good, but I prefer Marvel. They're not looking for a new answer. They're looking for you to say one word. Marvel's the best. DC sucks ass, or it's the opposite, where it's like DC's the bee's knees, baby. Marvel,
yeah.
You know, it's like you can like both. You can
that's
one.
The problem. You can't even say that anymore. Like I like both, but I prefer Marvel. There's nothing wrong with that. I like both equally, but my preference is more of Marvel because I just like them better. I'm not saying they're better than DC. I mean, if we want to go down that rabbit hole and say which one's better when it comes to certain things, we can do that. But I'm not going to do that because the problem is it leads to, you can't even say that anymore. It leads to, oh, well, this is better. And like, I kid you not, you can go on Twitter, Instagram, or anything, social media. Somebody in the comment sections arguing which one's better and which one's that. You got one, like, and then they'll say, oh, you're a DC fanboy. You're a Marvel fanboy. That's fanboy, and the words fanboy and simp are thrown around so much nowadays.
So overused now. Like, people glom onto
so overused. Both of them are so overused.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like, it's labels. Do you know what it is? It's labels to juke around any kind of discussion. You know, it's that thing of, like, if you were wearing a Marvel t-shirt, someone would be like, hey, see, you're a Marvel fan, yeah? Did you know that the last one was trash? Yeah, you know, it is what it is. I'm just here to get my coffee. But it was trash. I'm just here to get my coffee.
All right, cool. I'm just getting my coffee, dude.
like I barely wear pop culture t-shirts out in public anymore now because that stuff happens. Like if I go out to London or wherever, you know, there'll just be people that'll be like, oh, yeah. And then it will start. And as soon as they do that, I'm like, oh, right, here we go. We're in for an hour of bullshit. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah,
you know, and then you try and reason with them, now. And you just kind of get to a point where it's just like, son of a bitch. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's what you say. It's like, son of a bitch. Comic fans aren't as bad as.
Yeah, One Curious Crow.
Nah, Cod Lovies are something else. But no, it is true. It's the.
I just don't understand. It's like
the comparison. I think is fair. Like comparing like how certain movies are doing better than others in terms of doing with characters and stuff. Like that's fair game. But where it gets like tribalistic is it's like having teams. You know, it's like like you've got to pick a side. Like you can't just be like, yeah, I liked it. It was alright. It's like, no, you've got to be on a team, you know, you've got to swear by the Bible. And it just becomes this vitriolic blood sport where it's just, it takes the fun out of it. You know, it goes from fun to just
argue.
I just want to go and grab a beer. Can we not do this? Like, there's more arguing in it now than there is in politics. Yeah. It's really fucking weird.
It's annoying.
Really weird.
It's really annoying.
Like, that's the problem. Like, every movie that comes out, like literally, I was on a stream a couple of days ago. There was a stream, and he's like more of a DC guy, but he'll like go see Marvel movies, and he was over here saying, "Oh man, we can't lose Henry Cavill to Marvel." What do you mean you can't lose to Marvel? What does that mean? If he gets a job at Marvel, what's the big deal?
That means DC will be like, "Oh crap, we got to get him back as Superman." That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
There's only positives in that.
People complain way too early.
Yes.
It just like baffles me. Like every day I just see this stuff and it's like, why? But it's not even just the Marvel and DC crap. You got people. I went on a post today in the comments that's just like, oh, I like people want to make it like readily. Another problem is people want to make their opinion known and they really want to put it out there, and they know they're gonna get a rise out of people. This dude's like, well, in my opinion, I'll say this: Miles is better than Peter. Don't get mad at me. I don't care. And I'm like, okay, for one, you're wrong. Number two, I can just tell you're trying to be an ass.
Yeah, some people literally just get a major kick out of like you know, like when druggies take a hit, you know, and they go, ugh. It's just like send. Ugh. Like it's just like, you know, because then they know it's just like there's this wave of hatred on the other end of the computer with people just going, I never, how dare he? And then it starts a whole thread of just, you know, toxic, just shit, just on and on and on. And because it's keyboards, you know, it would just like, you know, I'm gonna win. Nah, the meeting can wait. This is important. You know, it's like no. Take that, put that there, and go to the meeting. Well, how can you not like it? You're not a true fan.
You don't like it.
It's like, shut up. Shut up.
Why can't Peter have the blue rat suit?
Blue rat suit.
Blue rat suit. I saw people crying about that today. That was funny.
Oh god, I thought we'd established a nuance with that.
Literally, someone said, "I just wish he could have the original blue and red suit." I really wanted to say, "Go the fuck up."
Well, I mean, I don't mind it if someone says they prefer the blue and red suit and that's what they want. That's fair to me. But I think where it's
that's fine.
Is people like doing this thing where it's got to be the blue and red suit. It has to be the blue and red suit. There is nothing else except no imitations. Blue and red suit. Like it's that kind of like, oh no, it's important to me. Screw everyone else. I want it that way.
That's another problem when it comes to being characters that are like, Cobra. You know, when it comes to characters that are like, you know, Spider-Man, Batman, Superman, they don't want people don't want change. They want to keep it exactly like the comics. Him wear this, him wear that, him be like this.
And even in the comics, he has about 50 suits as well.
Yeah, like they don't want any like change. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like it's okay to change something around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, how is it going to grow and
evolve? Argue about that, you know? They're going to make a smaller change and then you're going to start arguing about it. So you have to man the hell up. Stop acting like a little child already.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. There's not much that we can really do about it if they do it. Like we can let our opinion be known. We can give our 2 cents and we can chime in just like I did earlier with my little Star Wars. Not so much rant. I've become more nuanced to that now. That's like my favorite phrase now. But, you know, a good discussion there. But where we kind of get to a point where they're going to make these decisions and choices with or without us and our approval anyway. So all we have to do is, there's a friend of mine has a great analogy for it, is all we do is sit back, observe, give our 2 cents, and hope that it doesn't get too fucked up. That's what we can do, is just hope that it lands,
Most
and
of
if
these
it
Hollywood
doesn't, then
studios don't even. Most of these
Say that
Hollywood
again?
don't even care anymore. They don't care about comic books. They're looking for the normies.
Oh,
They know the movie for us. Like they care about the people are gonna like comic book fans.
God damn.
That is true, Chris.
Oh,
That is true. His first suit was red and black. People don't realize that. They call themselves comic book
And that's
fans.
the nuance.
They don't know jack. That his suit was not his
They
first
don't know
suit wasn't blue and red. It was black and red.
So there's little details that people often overlook within their arguments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So RJ, like, how that we can heal this DC versus Marvel battle that's probably gonna outlast all, like we have all the kids.
And this is the thing, we'll be dead and buried, and this argument will still be going on. Like this is the thing, this argument will still be going on. And
it's like sports
was it cyclical
so.
silliness or hyperbole or something, where it will continue even after we've gone. So knowing that, we can kind of go, oh, okay, well, now we know that, or we're aware of that. It is what it is.
The thing is, though, when it comes to Marvel and DC, if you really want to break it down on which one is better, they're not. If we're talking about big budget movies, live action, theaters, Marvel's better. Animated movies, DC's better.
DC's better.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Like in video games, you give that to DC. I mean, they made the Arkham games. They made
you give that to DC.
You got to give that to DC.
To be honest, yes.
So
like the Spider-Man game is strong, but DC have that number.
Yeah, they still have a big number.
Yeah. And with the whole Gotham Knights and the Suicide Squad game, I mean, those games are going to be pretty good. And
you can hide with comic books.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, Marvel is just really the live action movies. And so you could tie with comic books, animation, video games, DC. Like, I mean.
Yeah. And then if you want to talk about what's better, comic books, you can that's just your preference. There's no.
Yeah.
They all achieve the same goal, trying to make money.
And it doesn't have to be
perfect. It doesn't matter which one's better.
Yeah. See, this is why it's more easier for me. Like, y'all guys can have like a little bit of your with Marvel. I'm just I started to go to like anime,
he's moving on up.
That's how it ended. Like, I love DC, and right now y'all guys are like game begging off of bread, and like over the same thing. Like, who's better, Superman or Captain? And listen, and anime have their problem too. Like, the most dumb people still believe Naruto can Goku. Don't know how that happens. That's a whole entire debate. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's so stupid, man. Like,
I think I have a Narani struck class.
I mean, I'm just saying, man.
You're right, though.
Like,
that's it.
That's just saying, man.
You spit on your face.
Outlaw Star. I don't know if you guys can. Yeah. Man, that's my anime collection one day. Oh man.
Here it is, Emmett. Here it is, King.
Yeah. At the end of the day, most people that don't even watch don't even look or nerd entertainment in general, they think we're all a bunch of crazy loonies. And
this is what I mean. Like, to probably round off into our next segment, like to all the nerds, like maybe not so much like us. I mean, we're just we're the kings.
Nah.
But to all like the nerds, I just want to stress this point, right? And this was a moment of realization for me a few years ago. Most people give a fuck or a frog's fat ass about who is better out of Batman or whoever. Most people who aren't into all this stuff, they think we are weird. They think we are mental. They think we need help. Like you understand? Like to the Twitter warriors, you're making us all look bad.
Yeah.
Making us all look terrible.
Keyboard warriors.
Like when you have these conversations with people in the room, most people just can instill the nuance, and you can just have a balanced conversation. But when you explain to people in the real world that no, there are people that say this, that, and the third, they go, "Man, really? Really?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's there.
Yeah,
really, Joel Batman."
Again, people are probably like sports fans too. We got their nerdom, but they just don't know.
Like we all have our nerd shit. But it's even with like fans of anything.
Everybody heard of something. Yeah. That's what I mean. It's like so whatever interests on people, like
this extends past like nerd fandom. This goes into football fandom, reality TV show. I mean, I don't know why you'd be a fan of reality TV. It's fucking garbage. But hey, we all have our shit. Reality TV fans.
Yeah.
Those shows, because I know it wants me to do it.
Yeah.
So I told Becky appointment with Shayla at 12 o'clock, and Vicky said no. I was like, oh my god. I'm like, Jesus Christ, people watch this fucking shit. Ugh.
Well, that's like you don't know. Like everybody's a nerd in someone. Like
it's something, yeah.
So there's some people I know that like are really in politics. It's not my thing. It's not my schmick, but like really good at it.
Politically homeless.
I care, but I don't judge them. Or some people that I know are really into sports. Like it's a line crazy to have a grown men. I'm saying like you got grown in the high school, dude. Let it go. You're not gonna be able to be the quarterback anymore. keep that on the high school.
That time has passed.
16 or 17-year-old. It's a little. It is weird.
Yeah, it is weird. We all have our shit, but it's a good sort of example that applies to the fans of anything. Just instill nuance. Yeah. Life would be so much easier.
Yeah, and that's what. Like when somebody says, "Oh, you're like one of those. You're like comic book nerds." Oh, really? So what do you like? Like I'll ask, what do you like? Whatever. Oh, so you're one of those politician nerds. See, you know what I'm saying? You just.
I'm like,
you could just like. You could just turn it back on them and everything. It's stupid. Like what you're talking about. Like you like. You like what you like. It's judgment. So. And that's just my thing.
That is a good point.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing about Marvel. Like, if you love Marvel, cool. There's plenty of Marvel characters. Like, you like DC, cool. There's plenty of DC characters that you don't need to be banging off of that. It's that serious. It didn't mean anything. You just like what you say. Like, you put it in the situation and bring all your facts and their facts and all facts and all the it's crazy that they literally made a series called Death Battle so we can actually win a fight. Crazy. That's too much time on our hands. It is what it is. All for entertainment, guys.
Yeah. Also,
that's a good point.
Yeah. Also, the Screw Attack. As you said, King. Screw Attack. Also, a lot of people don't agree with the results. Who come out on top, and Some people believe that Screw as Hack misled
Well, I mean, there's
certain parts.
most of the fights that they do at 1-on-1, and there's only going to be one winner. So there'll be people complaining, whoever wins.
Yeah.
But it's that kind of thing where.
I just say I don't even complain anymore
it's
when
more
they.
of a thing where they show you how it could go, kind of thing, not necessarily what the objective truth is to who will come out on top. Because some of these things, and this is the thing, this will probably be a good part to round segment on, is when you do versus kind of things, like let's say Batman versus Captain America. Most people go, "Oh no, Batman wins, hands down." It's like, well, hang on. What factors are at play? What setting are we at? How old are the characters? What type of character we're dealing with here? What's the journey that they're on?
Because
Batman versus Superman, Batman where he's going around killing everyone, or is it the normal Batman where he doesn't kill people? Is it in America where maybe he's, or is it normal? That's context. It's all those little details that make a huge difference.
Because whatever character they pick, if the same character they know, they need to use the same character, or it depends. As I was saying, they have to choose one because a different version of themselves can be a different outcome.
Oh, well said.
Yeah.
The Marvel
that's
a
good
example of that.
When it comes to certain characters, just because he's your favorite character don't mean he can whoop everybody's ass. This is coming from a Batman fan. Batman fans need to stop acting like he can beat every single character in the universe, and that was created. Literally, I hear Batman can beat Goku. He beat Spider-Man. Batman can beat Captain America. He can beat Spider-Man. He beat Superman.
Flapping their gums.
People act like Jacob. You mean to tell me that you've never ran into Batman fans on Twitter, Instagram, or YouTube?
I mean,
they act like he can beat everybody.
I ran into Batman fans that say that, but Goku, man, these fans are on drugs, man. What are they smoking? Oh, Jesus Lord!
People have said that. They think
they're overreacting, dudes. They have no idea what they're saying.
People act like, listen, Batman is that dude, but Batman cannot beat everybody. Just because he beat Superman doesn't mean he can beat everybody, okay? Like, that's...
And this is adding on to that point, is favoritism of certain... favoritism of certain characters is reasons why people will pick the characters. So if you put two characters against each other, of character A, character B. Let's say character B is stronger, but character A is the fan favorite. People will go for character A because that's the one
fan favorite,
even though character B is stronger. So that's why these arguments, of who's versing who, is very.
It's pretty much
hard to quantify.
Pretty much Marvel
if we're going to nail down the objective viewpoint, let's just nail it down with the objective reason. Okay, this is objective. If we're talking just basically purely on not a fan level, the reasons why characters win fights and lose fights is because of plot. Because the plot needs them to lose it for another character to win, or for the story to progress, or what have you. It's not necessarily always about the character. It's because they need the story to go over there. More often than not. It's not always usually down to the character. A lot of these things are external, like filmmaking decisions and that kind of stuff, or comic decisions, if you will.
Yeah.
So it's more external, but that's nuance, and most people don't have that
nuance.
So it's pretty much like Civil War, like Team Captain America. Basically, I mean, Captain America is the right team. Iron Man because it's more popular.
That's the thing that people kept doing.
I had this debate with people before Civil War came out, they were like, why would you pick Team Cap? Look at Iron Man's team. He's got Iron Man, War Machine, Black Widow, Vision, Black Panther. I'm like, Scarlet Witch.
That's
Giant Man.
Listen, exactly. All they needed. Listen, here's the thing, though. If I'm being honest, Scarlet Witch trumps everybody on Iron Man's team. The daughter of Magneto. Get
She's
the
powerful.
fuck out of here, dog. Listen.
the
They
most
nerfed
powerful
her. If
one
we're
on the
being
squad.
honest, there's a reason why she was only in the airport fight. There's a reason. There's a reason, people. There's a reason. There's a reason why she was only in the airport fight. Come on, we know.
And I've been saying this. You're doing the thing. I've been saying this to people for the longest time. Like the same thing in the game. Like we know you can take on Thanos 1-1. Most of the characters, Scarlet Witch, Doctor Strange, we know because we've seen it. However, they make Scarlet Witch go over there doing whatever they did. Doctor Strange taking care of a portal. Like they found ways to do stuff, if you know what I mean. And it's like with Vision in the airport fight. They kept him out of majority of the fight just so he didn't go around punching through half of Cap's team.
I agree with that, Tristan. Yeah, there's a reason, because here's the thing though about Infinity War.
I was just saying, like, let's be honest. She can just make everybody disappear she wants to. Like, that's just the thing. Like, it's been a comic book where all mutants disappear. Because
yeah, as I said, it's external reasons why characters win and why characters don't. It's not always like to do with this character is better than that character. No, look at the context of what's going. And in Civil War, that fight at the end to go up against all those Winter Soldiers, Scarlet Witch alone is all you need.
Oh, it's over with. But here's the thing that people miss. People, when it came to the whole Iron Man and Captain America debate, people are like, "Oh, well, I'm going to pick Iron Man because he's a better character and he was their favorite character." No, if you look at it from nuance and context, Captain America was right. You can't. Captain America was right. He was right. Yeah. Iron Man was dead wrong. He was dead wrong, and I'm going to say it. If you're an Iron Man, you're not going to like what I'm going to say. He was a sellout in Civil War. He was a sellout, and he was an emotional wreck, and he was a sellout. That's facts, okay? He sold out for the government, and he was over here talking like, "Oh, we need to be controlled. We need to be put in check." Since when are you about getting put in check?
And if you add some more nuance, wasn't he just the one who made Ultron?
Wait, this is what I call...
Exactly. He's the one that made Ultron. So he's a big hypocrite. He's the reason Age of Ultron happened. Get the fuck out of here.
He needs to.
And I like Iron Man. I'm just saying.
Let me say this: like Tony,
and I love Iron Man.
Tony is it's like the epitome of guilt. If you catch my drift, Jacob.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is the thing, because like you see like Tony's perspective of why he's doing it. You know, we can look at it at a more balanced viewpoint of why Tony's doing what he's doing. But when like it comes down to choosing teams of who, when you say you're choosing Team Cap, there's no. But why? But Tony, I know Bucky did to Tony's parent was heartbreaking. I get that, but it's not Bucky. It's what Steve's trying to communicate to him, and then Tony, blinded by his emotions and rage, tries to go and kill him. Like, you know, it's and the theme of Civil War. I think what everyone missed is everyone's like, "Oh, Team Cap won or Team Iron Man won." No one won. Everyone lost.
It's the reason why they lost in the Avengers. That's the reason why they lost in Infinity War.
Yeah,
exactly.
If you think about it, this is the first villain actually wins. Like, Zemo did not care at the end.
Zemo is the GOAT.
And listen.
Zemo actually won. If you guys think about
Iron Man is that dude. I like Iron Man, but the problem was people were don't look at it. Yeah, him and Cap are my dudes, but people don't look at nuance in context. He was dead wrong because he's the one that created Ultron and Age of Ultron. I really don't understand why he did that. That was stupid. Second, if we really want to put it in context, he's the reason why people died in Age of Ultron. People like he's the main reason. Like he was being reckless.
He's the reason why Zemo.
Hence Ultron's quote of "Everyone creates the thing they dread."
Like people only point out, oh, Cap was wrong because of what he did. He didn't tell Iron Man. Well, look at the reason why he didn't tell Iron Man. Iron Man didn't want to communicate. He didn't want to talk. He just wanted to kill. Exactly.
You know, when Tony sees blood, it's over with. Like he didn't want to.
Exactly.
He wants to kill you.
All of them basically incarcerated. 2 of them under house arrest. Brody became crippled.
Iron Man was dead wrong. I'm sorry, he was.
I'm saying it didn't help Cap accidentally injured Rhodey, so that's what he was like even more mad. It was another reason
I have to say something about that. People want to point out, Falcon moved out of the way. Well, what would have happened if Vision? Are you guys forgetting that he told Vision to turn Falcon into a glider? He was about to shoot. He could have killed Falcon. How come no one's talking about that? No one's talking about. No one talks about that.
Bring up a good
video. I know how many.
No, you have a good point. Like you do have a point.
I'm like, yo.
I mean, War Machine had a full-on suit. The Falcon doesn't.
Everybody's like, killed. Oh my god, poor. Yeah. Everybody's looking at poor War Machine. Okay, yeah, poor War Machine. But are we forgetting that he ordered Vision to shoot him? He could have killed Falcon. Falcon's a regular human. But if Falcon gets hit, but he has less gear on than War Machine. War Machine got a whole armor on.
Oh, that's
why War Machine survived. If Falcon is getting hit by Vision, he's dead. He's dead. Okay, he's dead.
Yeah, no crippling for him. He'll be dead.
Yeah, this shows exactly.
He's been dead.
This shows exactly how far these guys will go.
If he did survive, like if he,
this is where like
Sam
this is a
survived,
good
he would have
example. No, go ahead, King. Go ahead, man.
I was just saying that Sam would have been if he would have hit from Vision, like he lost all his like thinking, whatever. Like, so
yeah.
No, go ahead.
The Civil War's lesson can be used like when we sort of debate versus battles. Is that at the end of the day, no one's gonna win. We're all gonna lose. There is no win to be gained from this.
And listen, we can talk
just take the high
about who was right,
and then
we could talk about who was right. But as far as we're talking about like who was right, as far as like the government wise, Captain America was right because Iron Man was being a bitch and he was over here saying that we got to be put in check and the government should control us. That's not the way to go. Like that ain't the way to go. Even Cap, he didn't even like what Nick Fury was doing in Winter Soldier. He didn't like that they were doing all this crap. And look, he was right. It led to freaking Hydra. It led to Hydra.
Yeah.
Y'all gonna miss Captain America.
So I was like, if you put Tony in real life, he's the epitome. He's representing the guilt. Can't say it, but Jacob already gets what I'm saying. Like.
And this is where
knowing me like, throughout the whole entire movie
is that Tony's like thing with his rage is I can believe it. Like this is why it was hard for me. Like I chose Team Cap as my preferred choice, but when I watched the movie, you look at it from both angles and you can see why Tony is doing what he's doing. It feels the guilt of everything that's happened up to that point being because of him. And he doesn't want any more bloodshed on his hands. And then, amplified by his parents' death. And then when he sees the thing come full circle, and Cap's friend is responsible. And not just that Cap's friend, that Cap didn't even tell him. It feels like the Zemo quote applies here. And it applies to this whole segment. And then we'll probably progress it into the DC Bane thing afterwards. Is An empire toppled by its enemies can rise again. An empire that topples from within, that's dead forever.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Zemo was that villain, man. I'm sorry, he was.
Like
The thing
I
is
get
about-
both of them had
It's the best
points,
villain.
but it's just the fact that I just felt like I get Iron Man's point of view. The only thing that I agree with Iron Man on is his point of view on why he was upset, because I think that pretty much if you would be upset if someone was hiding how your parents died. I get that. I'm more so looking at it from the perspective of in the beginning on why he chose the government. He he was so quick to just say, "Oh, we got to be put in check," but also he's kind of the reason why it was happening in Age of Ultron. He built Ultron.
Yeah. Have no
Why would you
strings
put
on
the
me.
government in control of what you can do? And Cap was right. What if we had to go somewhere to save people and they don't let us?
Yeah.
It's just,
No, he
As he said, we may not be perfect, but the safest hands are still our own.
Exactly.
Yeah. Thing is about Tony, as you said, Jacob, he's the epitome of guilt, and we saw a lot of the scenes betrayed how much emotionally downward spiral that he went. And I think the one thing that hit home for him was the death of Spider-Man when he held him in his arms. And when Peter died, he was not just promising he will be okay. That did not happen. Spider-Man died around his arms, and the only thing we can see is not just sadness or upset, but we see guilt. He could have protected him. He could have stopped all that, and that's why what makes Tony the epitome of guilt. This is one of the last things that we see. This is what we see mostly.
But see, it's like when you apologize for the sake of just start respect for you. I get so like whatever happened, you got on. Like you focus on you more angry with yourself. Yeah, the only thing that I didn't like after the mirror Iron during the movie is like, hey, dude, I get it. You're sorry that you killed this woman's son, but there's nothing you can do. Like you can't bring back. Like bring none of what you do is mistakes, and you move forward, but you don't get your rights just because you feel sorry. That's stupid. No, that doesn't make it kept through the whole entire movie, and it's insane. But yeah, I mean, I guess we can move on next. Heading out with DC.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, let's
go. RJ, one that wanted to talk about.
This is the incompetence of DC, man. The incompetence. I just don't understand.
Why?
They're making a Bane show. Why? Okay. To put it in context, this is my problem with DC. They're just making properties out of the ass. They're just
doing stuff. They're just doing things. It's like what the Joker said in Dark Knight. It's like just do things.
Just do things. It's like I
it's literally just throwing stuff at a wall and seeing what sticks.
Like, why?
There's no outline. There's no plan. There's no, okay, we're going here. That project. Oh, a bit of that. Yeah, throw that over there. Yeah, we'll have a bit of that as well. It's unrelated to everything we got here. It probably won't make any sense, but okay, throw that in. All right, give me the pot. All right, give me a bit of that. Oh, Sholo is. Oh, yeah, that'll work. Yep. Oh, Batman Beyond. We'll throw that in there and all.
There's rumors that they're making a Batman Beyond movie with
I hear that as well.
Batman Beyond movie, throw that in. Another Joker movie. Oh, get a sequel for Joker 2. Jokers, there. Another Suicide. Stir it up. Yeah. and serve. That's the plan. It's just
Pile of
throwing
shit.
shit out there, just seeing what sticks.
They're making. There's rumors
I
that
always call that a
you
pile
might
of
as well
poop.
not even call it rumors at this point. It's probably gonna happen. A Batman Beyond movie. My thing is,
Yeah.
I said it in the chat. Robert Pattinson ain't 60 years old yet, but they're gonna make up Michael Keaton. Why are you bringing back Michael Keaton's Batman?
Oh, they're gonna.
He's done. You have a new young Batman in Robert Pattinson. Why can't you just stick with him?
That's what DC.
I just don't understand. This is being Joker 2. They're talking about making a Joker 2. They're just doing stuff. It makes no sense. It's ridiculous.
Why, like,
a Bane show?
It's confusing to us.
Who cares about a
It doesn't
Bane
make
show?
any sense to us. A regular person's going to go nuts. They're like, I mean, it was like when that Alfred show was announced. I was like, why?
Why?
Okay, cool, but why? Bane show? Why? What? Why? You can bring him into the
Batgirl movie. The Batgirl movie. Why? Batgirl movie.
Damn it.
Yeah, like my thing is though, like some of these properties aren't even connecting. They're making a Batgirl movie. How are you gonna make a Batgirl movie? Like which
it's
Bat?
Make a quick buck, and it's gonna
too
fail.
much shit, man. It's too much stuff going on. It's ridiculous. It's very frustrating because every day
they haven't got the right way of separating.
Just make a Batgirl. Yeah, just Batgirl show. Don't make no Batgirl is gonna fail, and then also they're gonna movie. I bet you guys didn't hear that one too.
Wait, what? Say that again.
They make a Black Canary movie. They're gonna make.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Make a Canary movie.
Why?
Fuck off, man.
Who can? Why?
Jeez.
Tell Black Canary, man. We gotta woke up in here, man. We gotta get the woke.
Why would anybody want
to?
Egg sandwiches, yo! Woo, woo! Birds of prey, egg sandwich. Woo, yeah. Trump 2024. What?
Yeah, the same Black Canary is gonna be her own movie, and people are so excited. I know. Are they gonna Green Arrow it?
Doc's coming out.
I don't understand.
I mean, for a Batman Beyond movie with Michael Keaton, I don't mind it if it's the one-off thing. That one won't bother me too much.
You have a Robert Pattinson.
Other stuff, like... I mean, it'll take us a while to get to a Batman Beyond for him, but, you know...
But why you gotta make one in general?
Hang on. That's the last of my concerns. A Bane show, which no one has asked for. There was an Alfred show, which no one asked for. Why? There's no foundation being established.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
hold on.
They call it Pennyworth or something.
There's an Alfred show?
Pennyworth. Yeah.
You didn't hear that?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, I didn't hear that until now. Wait a minute. Is it good?
Really?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
It went on for 2 seasons, 2019. That's crazy. Wow.
Wow. Wow.
We didn't even know about it.
And
don't even know about it, bro.
Let's talk about the fact that, you know, what they're doing with Henry Cavill is just unjust. They're bringing in another Superman when we haven't even got the first one established properly, you know. And DC, as a good friend of mine will say, and hopefully he'll catch this reference, DC this off well. They're gonna fuck it up.
Here's my thing with Henry Cavill.
Heartbreaking.
I blame a company and a person for the position that Henry Cavill is in. I blame Warner Brothers and I blame everybody's dad is Zack Snyder. I blame him because he killed off.
Dare you? How dare you already talk about Zack?
He killed off Superman in his second movie. Why?
I agree with that statement.
That makes no sense.
How dare you? You went from the 100.
Oh, screw it. I'm going to rant as well. You don't kill off Superman in the second movie with a character called Doomsday that is an earned moment that is built up to. The death of Superman is something you build up to over time. So when it happens, it's an emotional punch. I didn't feel a goddamn thing when he was killed. I was like, I don't like this feeling. I don't like this. This doesn't feel nice. I'm watching Superman die.
Hey, Jacob, can I do something? Jacob, real quick.
The thing is about... Yeah, you may.
They weren't... That was not... That was T-Rex Teenage Mutant Turtle. That wasn't Doomsday.
Yeah, and another thing, Doomsday. Like, what the... What?
The thing is about the Batman vs Superman.
What are you doing over there?
The thing is about Batman vs Superman, the film itself. You know, the thing is, as you guys said, the Doomsday felt like it's for me. It felt like it should have been pushed to a different movie. Yeah, and just to finish, and I wanted it will make perfect sense to make this entire movie just a single one-part series, maybe, possibly, maybe if that works, maybe. It would make it better if these two finish the entire movie, just only these two characters, just only these two, because putting Doomsday, it felt like a very rushed process with it. You know, you're just forcing a villain, like out of nowhere.
Man, listen, I'm gonna just tell you, I just believe you probably got a phone call from Frank Miller. I'm like, all right, man, you're gonna be doing the movie. We're good. It's about time somebody put my comic on the big screen. So we're gonna put that's the plan. Was probably is. We don't even know which Batman we're gonna get. I mean, I was conflicted. That's not even a Batman movie. Like, listen, I like Superman. I like Batman. So like, this movie was all over. Like,
and whose idea was I love Jesse Eisenberg, but whose idea was to cast him as Lex Luthor? That is awful, man. That was no.
I think Zack Snyder probably told Frank Miller a whole entire thing on who he cast, and then on the screen. The Batman, you got 3 Batmans put into one. You got the Dark Knight Batman, Batman animated series Batman, and then you got Injustice Batman, all put in one movie. This is like, you know which one was gonna be like, you know,
that Batman.
You had this Batman that's like straight up like murking, shooting people in the head, which I said I didn't have a problem with that. I thought it was pretty cool. Like, but I'm a hardcore Batman fan, but like, you know, did I just see this?
It was interesting seeing what would happen to it when it goes to the other point. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's just the aspect
I'm really
of just killing
nitpicking.
Superman
I thought
off in your second
that one
movie.
was like, okay, but the Batman. I mean, we had Batman the animated series, and then you had Injustice Batman, having future about the superpower man, basically, and like I said, it felt like we got rushed in just to be there. Like,
man, Jesse Eisenberg would have probably played a better Joker than Jared Leto's one.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't like that. They should have. I get
what Luthor that we're trying to do. We're trying to go back to that, or we're being the mad scientist, crazy, or whatever. But it just
like
that's all it was.
It's the kingpin of DC. Like, he's He is the kingpin. He's not some dewy-eyed Jesse. Like, as much as I love Jesse Eisenberg, like he's a phenomenal actor. It just doesn't. It's like it just doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit there. Like someone like old dude, burly guy. Hell, Vin Diesel would have been perfect as bloody Lex Luthor more than Jesse Eisenberg was. Like it just doesn't work for me. It just I felt like more of a Riddler kind of guy.
Brian freaking Cranston, Walter White himself.
I would have liked that.
Ooh, yeah.
I would have liked that.
Different.
That is a very good show. I'll be expecting to see an article popping up on many web pages tomorrow saying DC should have hired Bryan Cranston to play Lex Luthor. Are you watching DC?
Mail.
I'll expect my check in the mail.
It just felt like that Batman v Man. I know we're supposed to be talking about the basically that much because like it should be said, RJ. We don't need it. We really don't. I mean, they're about to make a Green Lantern series. They're gonna. I think it's one that's on its way or whatever.
They've been saying that for the last 4 years, and it still ain't even here. It still ain't even here. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what the hell they're doing. They've been saying, "Oh, we're gonna get a Green Lantern show for 4 freaking years," and it still ain't here. It still ain't here. They don't know.
DC,
they don't know.
I know they're listening to our streams. If you're going to do a Green Lantern movie, get James Gunn to do it. Like, don't do. I want to hear about any other director. You need to let James Gunn be the head of the Green Lantern franchise, because obviously y'all don't know what to do with that. Like,
right, DC. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to teach you basic timeline structure. Okay. Right, this is what we're going to do. DC, take a pen and paper, okay? So, we're going to start with the beginning of your timeline. This is the beginning. Right there. Then, in this section here, you write down the characters that you're going to introduce, similar to how Marvel have done it, but your own way. The characters you're going to introduce in this particular phase. Then, you introduce them. Then you build it into the next bit. Then you build it into the next bit. You don't just go here and just go, I'll have a bit of that, 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 have a bit of that. What's the timeline? No, screw the timeline. Have a bit of that, have a bit of that, have a bit of that. And then you end up with just like squiggles in a box. And that's exactly what these DC movies and shows are. Because even though some of the projects individually might be good, they're all over the goddamn place.
Exactly.
And I'm not even working for DC, and I know the basic structure of you put one here, then you go number 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6. You don't go 1, 6, 11, 112, and then 5. That's not how it works. That's not how you count.
Because even with the new Suicide Squad, we don't even know which is this fake, is this or is this Suicide Squad, or are we like no one, like, from what I'm seeing, Rick Flag, Harley Quinn, and Boomerang, like, still remember the old mission? We don't know.
Well, I think them getting killed off at the or Boomerang getting killed off at the start is DC's way of saying it's loosely connected, but we're not going to worry about the details. That's that, and that is the problem.
Wasn't it James Gunn's idea?
You know that James Gunn was originally going to do an evil Superman versus Suicide Squad?
Yeah, I did hear about that.
Would have been a short movie.
Green Lantern was so bad, I think I fell asleep at the movie theater. I think my buddy woke me up, and I was like, "Oh, is it over?"
What the first Suicide Squad or the second one?
No, the Green Lantern with Ryan Reynolds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think I woke up at the point at like where they're at the credit scene where they're like in space or whatever, and I was like, "Oh God, thank God it's over."
I will say this though about that.
I haven't even watched Green Lantern movie. It's not
horrible, but it ain't good either. It's very boring. I'll say that. It's like
I'm not gonna waste.
The action is soulless. The action in that movie is soulless as hell. It's like nothing's like.
Listen,
it's like DC. Power.
DC, listen,
yeah, power all about that damn brain.
I know you in the streams.
What's that damn brain?
King,
Bob White.
Tell them what our plan was for the Green Lantern. If DC get their shit together.
DC, if you get your stuff to these, let James Gunn direct it. You have Jon Stewart, that's the straight man. Jordan being the comedian of the group.
Exactly, Jon Stewart and Howard Jordan. Buddy cop movie in space.
It's like you don't need to do all the origin story, or you could do like little in flashbacks without giving out too much. I just wrote half the movie for you. I have half the movie. I mean, if you want to story, go. You need to start skipping some of the origin stories, people. Like this next.
Yeah, we don't need to. We don't need to see every origin story.
Please not show his dead parents, but I have a vibe they're gonna do it anyway.
Wait, what are you talking about? The Batman?
It's gonna happen.
No, they ain't gonna. Matt Reeves already said they ain't gonna do it.
Okay.
Good.
All right then. Cool.
Yeah, he ain't doing it. I mean, in the back of my mind though, I have that thing where it's like he could be lying, but I believe him though. I don't think they're gonna do it. Because this is an origin story. This is a year. This is his second year as Batman. This is an origin story.
I don't want to see. The only thing that I want to see is Thomas Martha Wayne's picture in front of his fireplace. That's it. We skipping all that.
All that. I don't care about. I do not want to see them get shot.
Keep in mind, I think James Gunn. It says he produced Brightburn. Did any of you guys watch Brightburn?
Yeah,
that movie sucked.
Yeah.
It was interesting. It was very interesting.
I fell asleep on that.
I like the tone of it.
I like the premise. I did not like that movie.
Oh man,
it was interesting that I found it. It was fine.
It was okay.
I mean, just go. What is it do? Is it gonna be an assassination show, or is it gonna be
the Bane? It might just be like this. I'm Bane. Boom, 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 boom. It might just be that. Who knows? I mean, like, what's the? This is the problem when you do. This is the problem when you do villain TV shows or movies. Who the hell are they gonna fight? What are you gonna do? Like, what?
Because then you make them a good guy. Like,
especially with Bane. Like, what are you gonna do with Bane? Like, are you gonna have
especially
him
if it's
like
the original Bane? It's
like if it's that, then I don't understand. This is getting ridiculous.
I mean, the only way I see this happening is if they just make Bane just an assassin, and this is how I'll probably write this script. Like, Bane's an assassin. He's Rupert Thorne, some pay gap, and like Rupert wants him to take out like gangsters around Gotham. I'm still trying to figure out how he's gonna kill people without Batman knowing. I don't know. Like, how you gonna make this show without Batman?
So many questions, man.
It's like, you're gonna have Nightwing in there? Are you gonna have Robin in there? I mean, is there gonna be Batgirl, Batwoman, Batwing? Is it just gonna be the essential Bat family?
So many questions to be raised.
You can't make a TV show. You can't make a TV show without Batman. I'm sorry. Like, no. You know what happens when you make a TV show without Batman? Guess what? It's called Batwoman. That's what you get. That's what you get.
Absolutely.
You make
Say it louder.
That's Batwoman, okay? And we got enough of that bad stuff from you. And I haven't even watched one damn episode. I have not watched one episode of Batwoman.
You're not missing anything.
I'm not watching that.
To my shame, I have put myself through the turmoil.
I ain't watching. The minute I saw that trailer, I said, "Hell no, nope, not watching."
I watched a few episodes just to see, because I like to torture myself with garbage. So I thought, okay, let's be dirty, let's check it out, and bland, boring, uninspired, just pisses all over Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, that's another thing. That's what I heard.
It
sucks.
Did she drive the Batmobile, Jacob?
I'm not too sure.
Next.
I got up to the probably the second episode, and I said, nah, I can't even, man. This is just fucking trash, man. Like, get me out of this. Like, give Kate Kane the story that she deserves, not this level.
Yeah,
it's awful, man.
Go girl, go girl,
go girl.
Here I come. I'm like, oh,
they go tell.
Here I come. Oh man,
I'm gonna take you down. Jesus, get the fuck out of here.
I have much fun on the stream.
Ugh.
Oh god, yeah.
Now you see Wonder Woman, however, that was badass as hell. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
But with this, it's just like it's condescending to women, is what it is. It's just ridiculous. That show's fucking shit. I'm sorry. Yeah. Like if you look, I know I say on this on my channel here, if you like Batwoman, I can't imagine why. But if you like it, then I'm not taking anything from you. If you like it, then you enjoy it. That's cool. But the fact that this has got a second season, I don't understand. I don't know who's watching this shit. Stop supporting shit, because we keep getting shit.
Yeah,
this is like, and it's not. It doesn't look good. Where we can have our feelings on the Marvel Netflix shows. You can have your feelings on Iron Fist. You can have your feelings on whatever. But overall, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. slaps, right? Luke Cage slaps. Iron Fist has moments where it slaps. Daredevil slaps. Punisher slaps. Jessica Jones slaps. Defenders slaps.
Smallville.
Arrow slapped a little bit, here and there. Flash slapped it a little bit in the beginning, and then just
it sucked ass.
Turned into soap opera with speedsters, and now it's basically a power
Flash is terrible, man.
I didn't
I saw the previews for the new season. The Flash looks horrible.
7
Good
seasons.
grief, man.
7 seasons. Oh.
They really messed up the darker tone in the seasons, dude. I don't know why.
Every episode of every CW show is this formula, and it pisses me off. There's too many episodes going on. Every episode starts the same, right? You get the pilot, you introduce the main villain. Oh, the main villain. Oh, shit, we've got to wait 20 episodes to get closure on that. And then we don't see them until the mid-season, and then they do something. But for every other episode of the season, this is how it plays out. Barry's just... And then, gets hit by some random thing, right? And then all of a sudden, he gets nerfed by plot somehow. I'm not fast enough. The villain of the week somehow is stronger. Somehow. He then goes and broods about it for about 10 minutes. Then him and Iris are like, we are the Flash. We've done this together. We are the Flash. I'm like, get out of here with that fucking shit.
Is that the exact same stuff
always speeches. Yeah, like the stuff between Joe and Barry, that will never get old. I love that. That's brilliant. Even in the newer seasons, that will never get old. Father and estranged son, love it. But then the hallway speeches. Every few... Hang on, one sec. Hallway speeches. Fight villain of the week again. Beat villain of the week. Hallway speech. Celebration. I now know what I need to do. I am fast enough. credits roll, sets up the next episode, repeats the same arc the next week, and we're back to square one for another 4 seasons. Like, it's just...
I can tell you guys how disappointed I am with the last episode. The last episode, really, I didn't like it at all. And pretty much the episodes. The thing is, the Flash, it started off very strong with a very dark story about the Flash.
It did.
We got great, fantastic villains. We got Zoom. We got Reverse Flash. We got Barry's dark part of himself.
Sabotage was cool.
Yeah, we got a lot, and the most underrated one. And don't forget, Weather Wizard is underrated.
He was decent.
Yeah, he is. The thing is, I don't understand. The last season is so off. They went from a very dark start to become another comedic, and that makes zero sense. It takes away every tone what the show is supposed to be. Once you take away that tone, it is not the show that we know anymore.
Can we talk about how?
Too long.
Can we talk about how in that Supergirl show they had John Cryer play Lex Luthor, and he was from 2.5 Men, one of the best sitcoms of all time?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Man, good grief, man.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah, that show is gone now as well. So, good riddance to bad rubbish. Get that shit off the air.
Speaking of rubbish, so what would happen if Peter Parker would be killed off and Miles takes over?
It's a good transition. It's a good transition. Okay.
Well, that happened before,
right.
And I don't know.
Okay.
That happened before.
Okay. This is okay. Right. Okay. So let's start out with a bang.
We were all
suit, all that jazz. Now, okay.
Ginkgo,
I'm still heated from
yeah.
the Batwoman CW conversation, so I'm going to carry that same energy into this space, because this is the most. If this happens in, no. This is something that needs to be built up and it needs to be earned. Miles' introduction is going to be one of the greatest moments in the MCU spunk, whatever universe they call themselves.
No, it ain't.
History.
Whatever.
If they do it right. Hang on. If they do it right. If they do it now, it's not going to be. It's going to be, hey, let's cash in on Miles. Let's screw off Peter.
In his face.
You don't do this. This is a DC level decision. It's like I was saying. Normal people count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is 1, 2, 3, 7, 112, 96, 5. It's not earned. It's not organic. I wouldn't believe it. It would be a waste, and it's not right. The fact that this is even being brought up. No Way Home already has too much going on in it. Throwing Miles in the mix way too early is not the way. It's not the way. Save him. His moment needs to be earned, and it's great. And in Into the Spider-Verse, when Peter's killed off, it's a sad moment, but you've got a multiverse of Peters. So, you're going to get Peter B or you still have a Parker on hand. And it still balances what that film does. And what I love about it is it doesn't just kick Peter out. It portrays Peter and Miles sequentially, together. Still Miles' story, but it still has that balance. Killing Peter off for Miles... Someone take over. It's going to piss me off.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go since I... All right. Here's the thing. I don't hate Miles' character. Before any of you guys in the chat say, RJ, you just hate. No, I like Miles. Just Peter is the original. That, But Miles is a transitional character. Miles is a transitional character. His character only works unless Peter's story is coming to a close.
It's told.
And with all the rumors going around that he's gonna be in No Way Home and he's gonna be from Andrew's universe, I've heard that rumor. I've heard that he's gonna be that Sony wants to split. The biggest rumor is that Sony wants to split Spider-Man into 2. Peter and Miles, and they want. I think what's happening is I think if the rumors are true, I think what's going to happen is Peter will stay in the MCU, and Miles, Sony will have Miles. But here's where I have a problem with that.
Yeah.
Miles doesn't have the luxury villains like Peter does. You know, Miles has Kingpin.
No.
I mean, Kingpin is he's Spider-Man's villain. He's there. He also became a Daredevil villain, but he's got Kingpin. He's got the Prowler. But I mean, like what? He's in the Young Avengers and stuff. But my problem is, if I know they're not gonna do it. I know they're not gonna do it. If they kill off Tom Holland's Peter, if they do it, I am not watching Miles Morales movies. I don't care. I'm not watching.
I'll be taking a one-way ticket.
I'm going straight to anime, baby.
Because
I don't care.
Because we'll be going that anime train. Because I'll tell you one thing, right? Is not only is he a transitional character, and this isn't me throwing shade at Miles or anything. I love Miles. Miles is a great character. He's a tokenized version of Peter, but he's good token, you know what I mean? He's good. I like Miles as his own thing. Where the problem lie is if Sony, right? Sony, you dare fuck shit up again for the third flipping time. God, they don't learn their lesson, do they? So basically, put it, regardless of who your favorite is, Peter or Miles, I'm not here to argue that. Miles will hold a candle to Peter for how long? Stand the test of time. Not that Miles won't,
that's that long.
but if you're looking at it objectively, it's Peter Parker, not Miles. Miles is his transitional character, not him. Two separate characters. And if Sony have the arrogance to think that Miles can carry it by himself, it will last for a couple of movies, and then when the hype dies down, it's going to wear off because Peter is the GOAT.
He's Peter. Listen.
But Peter is that dude.
Let me say this. Hold on.
Let me go ahead and
let me say this. Hold on. Let me say this right quick, King. Miles, when people think of Spider-Man, they think of Peter. They call Peter Spider-Man. But when you think of Miles, they call him Miles. Go ahead. That's all I wanted to say. Go ahead.
Gonna say, like, I'll just move ever, and it build off Peter. Like, if you build off Peter Parker, the GOAT, this would be the first history where Tom Holland and Maguire fans will fight and tell Tony to. That will be jacked up if they. Like, it's serious. Like, first time to say, like, he killed off Peter? Killed off Peter? Wait a minute. Nah, my problems with Tom deserve to get killed off like that.
Yeah.
You will worse than fans. You will divide fans worse than Sam versus fans. It in itself. Like, you ain't off of that. Imagine if you kill Peter with Miles Morales.
They will have everyone calling
for the sake of diversity. You will like, Sony will shoot themselves in the foot, and they will never be forgiven after that. And I don't know what to take it after that. That's a take on it. Do that, Sony. Don't get too greedy. Do not Miles well, bro. I'm telling you, Sony, I know you listening. So I'm telling you, the black man telling you, do it. There are more Peter fans than Miles Morales fans. In fact, there is no opinion on this. all they want to. It's true. Peter Parker is the GOAT. You can't Miles. That's not what the Kings are trying to say. Saying like it will be a bad idea if Sony kills Peter.
Too soon.
Go guys.
You need to build up to it. You need to earn it.
Now, if you introduce him in No Way Home, I'll accept it if he's like in elementary school or middle school. That's fine. You know, and he's like a fan.
Yeah.
And then like maybe like in Tom Holland's like 6th movie, you can have him.
Then you do it.
You know, you can introduce him and you can have him, you know, keep that spider bite and all that stuff. And then like after Tom Holland's last movie, you have Miles take over. But I think what Sony is they're going crazy over the hype that he's getting right now.
They bring in like because the Spider-Man game, like Peter's a bit older, but they merge Miles' story with him and they have both of them be Spider-Man together. Now that's cool. Yeah. They could do that with this story, but build up to it. Earn it. Earn that moment. It's a special moment. Earn it.
Do not rush it.
If you pull the trigger way too early, you're going to fuck it up. And it's going to piss... I mean, look, there's my feelings on some of the things that the MCU has done, but overall, 90% of it, it's a consistent universe. And it's taken a lot of work over a lot of years. This one decision by Sony just, you know, walking in there, you know... It's gonna, it's gonna derail this whole thing.
Yeah, and my thing is this though,
repeating again.
When it comes to Miles, you know, if that's the deal, where like Peter had, if the deal is okay, in order to keep Tom Holland in the MCU, Sony gets to take Miles, then I'm okay with that because we can't have it both ways. I'm okay with that. And that's fine. You know, take them to Sony and all that crap. Yeah. That's fine. Like because you know how corporations get, and if that's the deal, I'm okay with it. But if the MCU
if it's
and
from
Sony are doing it,
then I get it.
Then fine. But if it's the MCU and Sony and they're trying to introduce them early in the MCU, then that's where I'm like, I don't agree. And like a lot of rumors surrounding No Way Home is that he's gonna join the fight. I'm like, how are you gonna do that when he hasn't even been introduced yet? You know,
we have no attachment to him yet.
Yeah.
Other than
we have an attachment to the other three Spider-Men, but we don't.
Movie. That's the only attachment.
That's it. It's dodgy territory, and I really hope it's not happening.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen.
Done at the right moment. I mean, it's like you know, we're at a transitional phase now where the Avengers are passing, like, let's say, Steve to Sam, right? It's a transitional moment, but it's earned across time.
Yeah.
It's not like he met Sam in Winter Soldier and he's like, here's the shield now. No, it was done across a period of time. That's how it's got to be. It's got to be a moment that we can get behind and we can invest in and we can grow with it. Not, let's just do it for the sake of doing it. And again, if it comes down to the business aspect, I mean, I know how corporate these industries are. So if it comes down to it, then it is what it is. But if they're doing it just for the sake of doing it, that's DC territory. Don't do it.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be. I mean, Marvel's already. I mean, Marvel's okay still. I mean, mind you, like, I don't really trust Phase so far. Like, but it's just they're switching so many of the old characters out. And, like, you know, like I said, the only person that I'm okay with them switching out is Clint, Hawkeye. So for Kate Bishop, because Clint wants to retire, that's fine.
Yeah,
I'm cool with that. But we're starting to get rumors like people want to switch out Miles with Peter already. That's crazy. You got to saying that Thor might be getting switched off. I know we talked about that in the last couple of streams. You got She-Hulk getting switched off. You got War Machine. He might be getting switched off with Ironheart. Yeah, man, everybody's getting switched off. It's just like you're not paying any homage to the
it's like we're at a new point now. Let's just start fresh.
My problem is
that organically do it
with the whole multiverse. They're just gonna introduce the multiverse. You have to be careful with the multiverse. It's a cool concept and it's awesome. I get it, but you have to be careful because
it goes into Arrowverse territory.
It goes into lazy writing because that's my problem with the whole thing with the whole Miles thing, because I feel like they're going to use a multiverse and be like, oh,
different Earth.
You should do this. There's a rumor that Andrew is going to become Ben Reilly of the MCU. Well, that could be cool if it's earned, but I feel like that'll be what they'll just use a multiverse with that. That's fine, but I feel like don't use a multiverse with Miles. Have him grow.
Yeah, build up to it. It's a great
build
moment.
up to it.
I have a vibe that's gonna. I mean, like I said, and this is my personal opinion. I still don't believe they had like a plan after Phase 3. It's just don't like saying like, here's the bowl of mud, throw it on the wall. Oh, we're gonna put out Shang-Chi. We're gonna put out the Eternals. We're gonna put out the new Blade. We're gonna put out the. It's just like all over the place. Like I don't know, man. Like, I mean, only person. I mean, they're even trying to replace. I mean, I know Wanda's the most powerful character in Marvel, but I mean, come on, like seriously, it doesn't make sense.
I mean, as Tristan says here in the chat, with the multiverse thing, you got to be careful because what the Arrowverse did with the multiverse was, when they killed off Laurel, okay? Spoiler, when they killed off Laurel, everyone said, why the hell did you do that? And then what they did, Earth 2 Laurel. And that's where it goes down, is anything can be used, the multiverse can be used as an excuse for not just like poor writing, but for poor decisions, it can be used as an excuse to basically for incompetence is what it is. And I don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
That's bastard. All I gotta say.
Not organic.
Yeah. But it's like you don't. I with the X-Men, even my doubts are with that because I want them to. I don't want them to use a Fox X-Men as a multiverse. Get new like. I mean, you can bring back some. I mean, that's fine. You can have a cameo and that's it. But recast Wolverine. I get it. Hugh Jackman was freaking golden as Wolverine. I get it. But you got to move on. You got to give somebody else to take that mantle. You just have to.
I became saying that as well because people always want him to come back because he did say it was his final movie and people just keep bragging they want him to come back. They just can't get over it for once.
For characters like Deadpool and Cable,
that's fine.
Just them over. Like Deadpool's kind of in the MCU because of that thing he did with Korg, so he's technically in it now. Bring Deadpool, bring Cable, bring Domino, Juggernaut, Colossus, bring them over.
Yeah, use the multiverse with that.
Yeah, so all the characters in the two Deadpool movies, keep them. But for other characters like Wolverine or whatnot, like if Hugh Jackman wants to do a cameo, that's fine, that's cool. But have it like in the multiverse situation as a cameo, and that's it. And then start fresh with a brand new actor, and start fresh. Because otherwise it's going to be mad confusing.
When James McAvoy was as Professor X, I was like, what the heck? But yeah, I mean, I was so stuck on
they went back.
Patrick Stewart as
yeah, they want to come. They want him to come back, allegedly.
Yeah.
Like for make
They are young. You could get away with it.
into the yeah. I mean, honestly, I think that would be cool. Well, it'd be kind of hard because if we're using X-Men, you have to have a man. One story was like in the civil rights movement era. So I don't know.
The thing is with the X-Men's history is, they go way back to like the 40s because that's when Charles and Eric had their history and whatever. That is so key to their story. I don't know how they're going to mesh that with the MCU in an organic way. They can't just say they've been living down the road the whole time, because then where the hell have they been? And this is my problem. And this is where I don't envy them. And this is a good example. In the Eternals trailer, they didn't interfere because it ruins with the flow of events. And it's a cool in-universe explanation, but the real reason, the external reason, is because they weren't thought of yet. They weren't put in the MCU yet. They were an afterthought. Right, so now we found a way to weave them in. And you can get away with that with the Eternals, because they're like a lesser group, if you know what I mean. But the X-Men, it's got to be done in a way where we believe it. But then, if you introduce them fresh, a lot of the X-Men's history and story is intrinsically linked to Charles, to Eric and the camps. And you've got to keep that. But then, it's going to be tough for them. I don't envy them on doing it. It's going to be tough.
Here's my thing with the multiverse, what they really should do. Since Chris Evans is coming back, I already know what he's going to come back as. I'm making a bold prediction. What they should do is use the multiverse to give us comic storylines that we never got with the original. Have Chris Evans Cap on another Earth be evil, Hydra Cap. You can even bring back Iron Man as an evil Iron Man. That would be dope, in my opinion. That's just me.
Yeah, because it's not permanent and it's another version.
Could you imagine Sam fighting evil Cap?
You know what? I think they should do that for the fourth one. They should do that.
They might be doing that. Could you imagine both of them going into another Earth?
Because as I said, the multiverse isn't closing anytime soon. It's here to stay for a little while. So if they really want to do things like this, take advantage of it now, while you can.
Because the multiverse ain't going to be around long.
No, only for about maybe a phase and then gone.
The only way they can bring the X-Men in is if one for episodes, and she just made up a universe. I mean that's the only way I see it happening. Like I said, it's it'll be hard for them to, if they were in the same universe where Spider-Man, the Avengers, didn't come help with Avengers against the attack on Earth.
Well, exactly. They would have been sitting on the sidelines. They would have helped.
Yeah.
I think even that Neil would have done something.
I think that to introduce the X-Men, I think either they're gonna introduce them new in a way where they're created or something, or if they don't have their powers yet, and it's from the multiverse, or they're using the multiverse
to bring them in.
That's how I see it. That's the only way I think the X-Men are coming.
Yeah.
Because one thing you could do is
Magneto made
if you guys would like this idea. Maybe you could have them on another Earth. You could have their history set up. You could have the concentration camps with Eric, the history with Charles. You could have that already set up. And then the multiverse stuff with Kang, you maybe have another Earth merging with ours. And then maybe you bring them in that way. Because then that way you still keep the history of the characters, but they just have to adjust to this new kind of world.
I would like that. I would like that a lot.
Like, because then you still keep the history integrity of the characters. Like, that's the way I can see them doing it, and I think that's probably the safest way. Because if you introduce them fresh, it's cool, but it removes a lot of the backbone, the spine. And as much as the Fox X-Men movies have their problems, the Fox X-Men movies at least had the Charles and Eric down to a T. Like, that was
first class.
That was nailed. So they've got to keep. Yeah, that's it right there.
That movie was gold. I don't care what anybody says.
You got to keep that. Oh, that movie was sick.
So underrated.
Yeah. Bring them in that way.
First class is.
That movie is beautiful.
You have to be able to. You have to bring the X-Men in correctly, and like if you just throw in the it's a fantastic movie. Enjoy it.
I mean, the Fantastic Four in most of the comics have been around like long enough, like longer than even the Avengers. But with the X-Men, probably they've got more history in terms of timeline than I would say most of all the other groups. So it's got to be done right. Yeah. And this is the thing. I know we live in an Avengers world nowadays, but you know, we all know the era of Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, and X-Men. Like that was it. Those were the cartoons. Those were the staples. And you got to keep the history of the X-Men in line. And that's just how I would personally do it. You have it on another Earth, and because we've got Kang coming in, we know we're going to have multiple Earths. We're going to have it probably in No Way Home or whatever. Yeah. Where you have them set up on one Earth. You have the history there. You don't kill off any of the X-Men on that Earth or whatever. You set up maybe a team of, let's say, Charles, maybe Wolverine is late, Cyclops, Archangel, Jean Grey, Gambit. And then for the Brotherhood, you have Mystique, maybe, I don't know, Blob, Toad, Sabretooth, or whoever. Pyro. And then you bring them, like, Quicksilver. And you bring back also, and you merge them with ours. Check. Not Ralph Boner.
I was just about to say, either you could accidentally makes like a hole into
this
the
is also the
going
thing,
so fast.
Like Wanda and Peter are, they're Magneto's kids, but the MCU, they were born in Sokovia. So that's one part of the origin that's changed. So maybe you don't have to make them Magneto's kids. Maybe you could get away with maybe not necessarily skipping over it, but maybe
make them
leaping over it kind of thing.
I think Magneto is in the rumor. She fights a Fox X-Men. I think that she's fighting Magneto. That would be a dope fight, bro.
Cool. Let's on that.
Professor X.
I like the sound of that. Yeah. Multiverse is risky
territory.
Very, very, very risky. Yeah. That's what I have to say pretty much on that topic.
I just hope that they... I'm really excited for the X-Men. I'm excited for Daredevil and Fantastic Four. I just don't want them to use a multiverse for every single property, if you know what I mean.
No, it would not make sense, man. No. Not even an inch. Because if you're using a multiverse, it feels like it's going to be way too confusing.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it already is confusing.
Let just have its own verse, its own planet, and let's just let it be, man.
Yeah, I don't use it. You can use it for Doctor Strange because technically he is a multi. That's his character to take care of the Earth and to make sure everything's up to court. Yeah. Loki, that's balanced.
Fine. Balanced.
And balance it, but don't use a multiverse for Cap.
An excuse.
And don't use it for Spider-Man. Even though I get it, they're doing it for the third one. That's fine, but. It's warranted, but don't use it for future projects. Don't use it for
tread carefully. Tread carefully.
Yeah, tread carefully.
If they have a fill pick, you have a fill pick. Oh man, ignore that movie. That doesn't count. Like, forget.
I have no doubt in my mind that the Fantastic Four will get their powers the same way. Like, because the thing is, the Fantastic Four, when they get their powers, it's not necessarily key to the timeline. If you know what I mean, you can kind of place it at any given point as long as it fits. With the X-Men, I think that's probably the only pass I would give them, is that you have them on another Earth and you merge them with this one, because you got to keep that integrity there. You got to keep it there, because otherwise, if you take that history away, then you don't have that context there that we should have. And it's not their fault, admittedly. It's mostly because Fox had the characters at the time, and it was just a whole different time back then. I guarantee you, if they had the rights to the Fox X-Men characters at the time, they would have set the X-Men up a long time ago. But so it's one of them kind of things where I'll say, look, you know what, Marvel, it's a bit of a shoehorn, you throwing them in there from another Earth, but I'll accept it. I can accept that one.
Because I want Evan Peters.
We need the history.
Give Evan Peters justice. I don't. That WandaVision stuff pissed me off. Give him justice and bring him back.
It's kind of shame that the thing is about Evan Peters' Quicksilver. It deserved more, but I don't blame the director of the Dark Phoenix and not coming out very short for this movie. If we did have the 2 parts, it would have been better.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not his fault, now. It would have been interesting. I still like the movie, but I would love it even more if they put some of the stuff that we could have seen. And it sucks. It hurts. It pains me to see a director dedicated to put all that effort into one movie to sum it up all the stuff we just seen.
Well, I mean,
we just come up one short.
If you put it in context, to add to your point, Christian, the Dark Phoenix saga is the Infinity Saga for the X-Men. It's a key moment. It's the key moment. You got Cyclops going up against the love of his life. You got Wolverine going up against the woman he fancies. You got Charles going up against his former student. Storm going up against her friend. There's a lot of emotional weight behind it.
Yes.
And not to mention Jean Grey and Phoenix Force. Powerful.
Yeah.
A fight between her and Scarlet Witch. I'll pay to see that shit. But it's
Hans Zimmer score
is
the best in this movie.
Oh yeah, no. When Hans Zimmer score kicks in that train scene, I love that.
It's not just that, but when the movie, that one was amazing, and it's the also the song when it kicks in, when you start cracking Magneto's helmet. My God, I was wincing so hard. Can you imagine a metal crushing your damn skull? That was
even for the Amazing Spider-Man. Hans Zimmer always comes through. He's brilliant.
Absolutely. I agree, Tristan. Aaron Taylor Johnson, he's by far the best.
Oh, he's brilliant. I mean, this is the thing, as Tristan says in the chat. I love Evan Peters' Quicksilver, but I really wanted to see more of Aaron Taylor Johnson's one. I really wanted to see more. And this is that whole Fox situation. One, right? I think he was just I think he was just killed off because of the Fox situation. I think that was the only reason. It was such a shame, such a waste.
Yeah, they probably
it was such a waste. It was too short.
But
it was so short.
But it just felt like we didn't have enough time with him. So if they find a way to bring him back, put it this way:
Marvel for doing that.
Either Quicksilver, give us one. Give us one of them.
Well, obviously, it's going to be Evan Peters because Aaron Taylor Johnson's crazy. It's going to be Evan. It's probably going to be Evan Peters because Aaron Taylor Johnson.
Yeah, when I heard that, I was like, man, well, we're not getting. You didn't see that coming? We're definitely not getting that again. That's a shame.
Would you guys check out an X-Men TV show?
At least if we're not going to get that, we're going to get Evan at least. Oh, what, you mean the original 90s one?
I mean like a live action type of thing. That would be kind of cool to see.
I don't know
if they could do that with the X-Men, but it depends. I think how they set it up in the MCU will greatly determine where they could go with it. I think if you focus on maybe the X-Men in smaller contained stories, you could do it like a TV series, sort of like how Falcon and Winter Soldier has done it with those two. Maybe you take a couple of characters from the Brotherhood, and you put them on like a mission or something. You could do that.
The Brotherhood.
I think you save the big storylines and stuff of the movies. Yeah, but you could sort of just see them going around just causing a bunch of, mutant
Chaos.
mischief. Yeah, because they'll change that, because in the MCU, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver are listed as gifted, so they'll change that to mutants probably at some point.
Yeah.
Honestly, if that they could bring in, I think they could bring the X-Men Evolution instead of like the animated series. Instead of, it'll fit the MCU timeline better. That's how I see it, because they're still young enough. Hey, bro.
I dropped the phone on my tongue.
Mother of all fudges.
Carry on.
The mother of all fudge.
Damn. You good?
Oh, yeah, I dropped the fucking phone on my toe. Ouch. Carry on.
No, I was gonna say, like, instead of bringing X-Men animated series, bring in the X-Men Evolution X-Men.
That's a good point.
Because they're young enough. And
that's a good point.
Only two old ones is just it's just, the only older are Storm, Wolverine, Beast,
Cyclops,
and Sabretooth. It's like 8 years. So you can actually have them grow up in the MCU. That's how I see it.
That could work. That could work.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is a fickle. Multiverse is a fickle thing. But I think that's probably all I have to say regarding that segment.
Yeah.
I suppose we could transition in the final part of the segment, which was Cobra Kai. So what was it? It was Kenny, Devon, and Anthony, the next big three of the Valley.
Yes.
I think that, and this also, just before we get heavily into Cobra Kai, Sony, for your Miles situation, this is how you do it. This is how you put transitional characters in your stories to set it up later. That's how you do it. Mic drop. But yeah, so I feel like with the characters of Kevin, Anthony, and Devon. Anthony, we've seen from the beginning of the show.
Jacob, hold on.
Yeah.
Real quick.
Yeah.
I heard that it's like just tuning streams. The culture came up first. Go on.
Yeah, absolutely.
We came up with it first.
We did. Web pages.
We came up with it first.
Yeah, I don't be seeing any like Hollywood Reporter and Variety saying, "Oh, this is that." No. Us.
Came up here.
Yeah, I know they're watching. Like the viewer count's going steadily up and up and up and up. When we're like, "Yeah, we know you're watching." What's this red laser dot just aiming at me? But yeah, like we've seen Anthony grow from the start of the show, and I think that rhymed. And I think what's going to happen about maybe season 5. I think season 4 is too early. I think season 5 you might start to see him train with Daniel and the crew, and then season 6 will be the passing to him. So if they carry on or do anything post that, he'll probably carry on with the story post with these characters, and Kenny will be completely tied to where Robbie is going this season, but also where things will go going forward. As far as Devon, I'm not too sure. What dojo is she going towards?
Eagle Fang. That's
Eagle Fang. Yeah, she's Eagle Fang.
So she might be like Miguel. So Miguel might mentor her, or Miguel and Sam might do it.
So if that's the thing, then that means they might actually keep Eagle Fang then.
Because this is how you set it up. Rob is gonna Miguel and Sam and Anthony are gonna,
Miyagi-Do.
so that's
Oh, I love that.
how I feel.
Oh, I love that.
So they there's the next 3 generations to keep balance in the valley.
I love that.
Cause think
That
about
is
it.
sick.
Cause think about it. Remember, let's just say, Miyagi, Priest, and Silver. Like they have like balance of the first valley. Then you drop Jill, Johnny, and you can probably say Julie too. Like and then you drop it down again. Then you got Sam, Robbie, Miguel, and then you got these new 3 guys coming after them. So that's how I see it. It's
no, you're right. And it's curious. Bro
but
says it here. Like Anthony could potentially be Sam's successor, Kenny being Robbie's successor, and David being Miguel's successor. And that's how you do it. That's the organic passing of the torch. That would work. And if that means that they're keeping all 3 dojos, then hell yeah. Like, I mean, Robbie gets more of a senior position at Cobra Kai, flips the script on that. Miguel takes up the reins of Eagle Fang Karate, perfectly balanced, and then Sam takes up the reins of Miyagi-Do. It's perfect. It's a perfect progression.
I could see this.
Like we got a lot of hybrids in this show now.
This is me.
I'm saying it.
To answer your question, I do think that that's why we got these 2 new characters in, because they take over for like their perspective predecessors, and I could see it like this. The way Cobra Kai will end, I think that some people think that Robbie will go to Okinawa. And I just had a thought. What if it's Miguel? Let me explain here.
Ooh.
What if they decide to end it with Johnny and Robbie running Cobra Kai? They run Cobra Kai. Daniel, he kind of just goes off and like when I say go off, he completely goes off into the sunset. Like you don't see any more Ralph Macchio. Like if you do, it's guest appearances. But what if Miguel decides, you know what? I'm gonna go on my own journey, because obviously they're setting up. Now listen, I'm still banking on Robbie. I like the idea of Robbie going to Okinawa. But what if it's Miguel? What if he decides, you know what? I love you, Johnny. I love you, Mom. But I gotta go on my own journey. And what if he could take Sam? He can go by himself. What if you just never know?
Maybe.
3 of them go.
It depends.
Well, it's a cool concept, but I think what I think that could still play out is I think that's when Chin comes to America. And I think CHOZEN will learn English, Jacob. Miguel will learn from CHOZEN.
Definitely.
I don't know.
I don't know why. All week going up to the stream, I kept thinking about. We kept saying for the longest time, Robbie will go to Okinawa. But what if by the end he truly, to fully complete his redemption arc, he's on good terms with his dad, and they both run Cobra Kai? Because think about it like this, though.
Father and son.
I don't think Cobra Kai is gonna go away at the end of the show. It's not gonna.
No.
What I feel like what's gonna happen is Johnny will get it back. I can see it like this. I have so many ending the way the show could end. This is just one of them. I can see it in like this.
Johnny and Robbie together.
It could. Johnny he's getting back Cobra Kai. He's got students, and
he got lawyers.
He's in a Cobra Kai gi, and
he has
Robbie walks in. But before that, Robbie comes in, and he's in a Cobra Kai gi, but he's also wearing a headband. We've never seen Robbie with a headband.
No.
And or Robbie is wearing Daniel's Miyagi headband. He's wearing that. He comes in, and then everybody falls in, and then it cuts to Miguel. No, it cuts to Miguel, and let's say he's going to Okinawa, and then he's on a plane, and then someone whispers, "You got room for one more," and it's Sam, and then they're going to Okinawa, and then let's say Hawk and Dimitri, they're doing their own thing. What if Daniel doesn't give the keys to Miyagi-Do to Sam? What if he gives it to Hawk? It could be a whole redemption thing for Hawk. Because think about it. Hawk.
Nah, I don't see that.
No, hold on. Hold on. Hawk and Dimitri.
Finish.
It'll be a good arc for both of them. The binary brothers being teachers. That's just me. I like that ending. I like that. That's just me.
I like it a lot. But I could still see Sam and Anthony being the heir apparent.
Yeah. I still see it being that, but I'm just saying, the show likes to throw us curveballs. That could be it. I could have predicted the whole ending.
If Johnny and Robbie do end up being in Cobra Kai, it's gonna take a while before that. A lot of talking. A lot of talking.
Oh, for sure.
Well, post season 4, that's probably where they're gonna go.
Yeah. Well, probably yes. It's the best, but because Johnny would not hurt his son.
I think I 3D. I was him busting the foot, beating up the hobos and busting up the blockers, and like Johnny was talking about his man, and he used to say, "I don't know if I can ever." Like Johnny says, that sounds like you're giving up, and I'm not. There's no weakness there since. So I think I'm supposed to get to my theory that Creech is gonna get kicked out by Silver. But like I think you might be right, Sheldon. Creech might die, and you actually like characters. So I see that. Like Cobra Kai is on.
Oh
yeah.
God, there's so many.
Know, man.
There's so many different ways that they could unpack it.
Because I just thought about that. Because in my opinion, to really fully give the arc about, I just think that if I wouldn't mind Robbie going to Okinawa to end it, but I feel like we would be robbed of Robbie and Johnny finally working together, standing side by side.
Well, what if?
I just think that we'll be robbed of that.
What if to play into your point? No, well, what if to play into your point? Maybe in season 5, Robbie, like at the end of season 5 or something, Robbie goes to Okinawa. He comes back for season 6 at the beginning, and then you have it end with him and Johnny together, and more nuance.
I could see that. Because I just feel like at the ending, I think the ending, they'll all be together, but everybody will go on their own journey. Like Miguel and Sam, they'll go on their journey together. Dimitri and Hawk, they'll go on their journey together. But the most important one that needs to fully work is Johnny and Robbie. They have to.
Yeah.
They have to.
It's been the core of the show since the beginning. It has to be done right.
If it ends with just they forgive each other, but Robbie's going to Okinawa, like that'll be cool. But I feel like it wouldn't be a fully redeeming father and son.
No, I know what you mean. It wouldn't be fully complete.
It doesn't fit. I don't think it fits too much for him to go yet.
I think it depends on placement. I feel like it shouldn't be the ending, but maybe it should happen to serve his ending.
Yeah, something I think in season. I think it should happen at the end of season 5. Season 6 is a time jump, and he comes back. That's what I think. That's right.
Oh God!
I can see him going to Okinawa, but I love that ending. I love the ending of him and Johnny working together and running Cobra Kai. I like that.
Like Robbie and Chozen will get along very well because Chozen loves the offensive side of Miyagi-Do as well, and that's what kind of Robbie he really likes more of. So he comes back to America like within the time frame, and then he's working with his father with Miyagi-Do knowledge and all the characters are hybrids. Man, fucking love this show.
I was just about to say, would you be okay if he goes with Ru and
Wait, say that again?
come back? Because I just have a deck. I said that Will and Robbie and can go to Okinawa with each other.
Robbie and Kenny?
Go train with CHOZEN.
Well, I gotta see. Well, I'll answer it after season 4 comes out. I gotta wait till season 4 because
then we'll get an idea of where Kenny's.
If Kenny has the same situation of Robbie, I'll say yeah. But if Kenny has like a family, I'll say no because that'll just be a little unrealistic. But if he has like the same situation as Robbie,
it wouldn't surprise me if Kenny is actually more like a girl.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, the character descriptions, he sounds like Miguel, in my opinion. The character descriptions for Kenny, the character descriptions,
it's pretty much Miguel.
It'll give Robbie the perspective of Miguel and then vice versa.
Yeah, the thing is that
like they said that
we're really excited to watch.
Kenny doesn't like to. They said he doesn't like people like he kind of.
The thing is about season 4, we have a lot of expectations, but my biggest worry is that how they're gonna nail the fights because the longtime stunt coordinators Hiro Koda and his wife, they're not in the season 4, so we might be expecting a different fight choreographies into season 4. But hopefully they're going to keep it that way because without these stunt coordinators, the show will not be that great. Because it's all because of them the fights are becoming that greater. They progress from season 1, making it better in season 2 and 3. Yeah. They progressed a lot, but I'm a lot more worried how they're going to choreograph the fights in season 4.
I was going to say I was watching Karate Kid Part 3 and. Karate Kid Part 3, it builds and builds and builds, and then the ending is like maybe like a 5-minute all Tournament Valley fight sequence, and it's very short.
Yeah.
Could go down that route.
Really?
But
I think the stunt coordinators, like, even though they don't have the original ones, I think the students
they should be good enough to carry it. They should be alright.
They should. It's like, we haven't had like a bad season of Cobra Kai. I'll probably. So,
all good things to come.
I think because I'll be a little interested to see if like Anthony will actually like becomes the head of Yagi though. And so, let's just say that she does go join Miguel, and she just has to go does his own journey, like continue the. How would you guys feel about that? And like Anthony's first student.
God, that could be unique. That could definitely be unique. It's a good point, Curious Crow. Miguel will utilize more grappling techniques while Robbie fights viciously yet smoothly, like how his dad fought in 84. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would go with that.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I will go.
I feel like the roles are reversed from season 1.
Yeah. Yeah.
Switch those two around.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's a lot to think about. There's so much like to unpack with like the upcoming 3 seasons, but the good thing is there's so much that happens in one season that we could get so much within one season for all of these characters. It's crazy. Yeah. Half of what we got in season 3, I didn't expect any of that. Like, it was mad. Like, how like season 3 ends where you've got the house fight. I thought, right, this is the climatic fight. This is it. And they still have one more fight. They have the fight with the dojo and the Duel of the Snakes. I'm like, fuck it, we're getting more. And then they have the challenge for the thing. I'm like, oh. And then they have the dojos coming together. I'm like, oh god, oh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, season 3 had a lot of stuff. I was not expecting a Daniel,
not that much,
and Johnny. I thought the house fight was gonna be it, but the minute
that's what I thought.
Was like, what happened? I was like, oh, we're getting another fight.
Like,
We're getting another fight.
And then
it's
they
like
showed
after
the
fight,
flashback.
And then
I was like,
fight.
oh my god.
Jeez.
They're going to link the fights. They're going to present day with the past. They're going to sync the fights.
I was like, let's go!
Student and master. And you've got Duel of the Snakes, Duel of the Fates, I see you. And then you've got, like, the fight between Kreese and Johnny going at it. Captain Turner and Kreese going at it. Yeah. And then you've got Robbie getting involved. Then you've got, like, the Anakin theme music. Then you've got Daniel getting involved, pressure point technique. And then you've got the challenge. Then you've got the callback of, let's settle this the old-fashioned way. Tournament. Yeah. It's like, oh, so now you're doing a tournament, Kreese, yeah, when it's convenient for you, you arsehole. Then he calls Silver up, links with the flashbacks. Then you've got the dojos merging together, Johnny and Daniel. I've been waiting for this moment. All that stuff. Fucking amazing. I did not expect that much. Like I would have been content with the house fight and maybe just the challenge. But we got the house fight, the dojo fight, father versus son, Daniel versus Kreese, then the challenge, then the dojos. Who would? I think what excited me most is that we've seen Johnny and Kreese go at it, but as exciting as that was to see Johnny just pound the crap out of him, we've seen him do that in the season 2. But seeing Daniel do it, I had chills.
Daniel,
this is the Karate Kid. This is the man.
The thing is, the fight between
proud of you, boy.
The thing is, the fight between Johnny and it was nuts. This is the last episode. We jumped there for one fight and then another, and it keeps you guessing. It keeps you guessing. That's gonna be an epic fight.
And that's what this show does so well. Is you would expect most shows and movies to kick out the old, and let's just say, for example, Johnny and Daniel and Kreese, they're kicked out. If we did it how Star Wars did it, we kicked them out. We've just got the younger characters fighting. Season 3's ending wouldn't have had so much impact that it did without the older guys fighting too. We've got the best of both worlds. We got the old legacy. We got the new generation. It's sick.
And
I can tell you guys, the fight between Johnny and Kreese raised my hair so high. Because the moment where Johnny attacked Kreese, I was like, my God. I was legitimately expecting the worst out of it. I was expecting the worst. We only saw the teaser with the bloody nose. We only saw that. And we're expecting the worst of it. And that was the moment. I think
that's why they put that in the trailer.
Oh, I want to talk about that. Throughout trailers and teasers, throughout watching these, I kept saying, okay, when is Kreese gonna get a bloody nose? When does that happen? Like, when does the fight happen? So I kept
why does Hawk have bloody nipples?
I thought
trying to find the trailer moments.
That's what I kept doing. So the part where Daniel in the trailer, I thought that was gonna happen. That was gonna how I thought Kreese was gonna kick Daniel's ass at first. Then it was the opposite. Daniel kicked Kreese's ass.
Daniel whooped his ass.
In my house?
Well, it's like Johnny really defeated him fair and square.
And what's great about that is he comes in like, Miyagi would storm in, but he does it his way. Miyagi comes in like, and then walks in like a calm badass. Daniel walks in like a rage badass. Like the complete opposite, but so same. Like, it's so cool. Yeah, and that's what I've been waiting for this entire show, is the fact that, like you would expect with this show, they'd be like, okay, Johnny's story, screw Daniel. They don't do that at all. They still give you Daniel's story as well. Like, this show is fucking amazing, I swear. But Daniel comes in there, he stomps Kreese off, and his version of Miyagi coming in saving the day is calling Kreese a son of a bitch and doing it the LaRusso way. That's what I like. He doesn't need to be Mr. Miyagi. He just needs to be LaRusso. And Kreese was like, you can't keep up this defense on this shit forever. Good thing I don't have to.
Yeah, that's the one thing I'm very proud of LaRusso. He finally goes to his own way instead of following too much of Miyagi's way of going. He doesn't. Instead of becoming Miyagi, he's decided to be himself. That's the thing.
Yeah,
but
Being
also
himself is what saved me. Saved this last season. That's the LaRusso way.
Yeah, I feel like that whole fight.
It came actually face this fear of Kreese, man. Remember, like Daniel was scared of Kreese Silver when he was younger, dude.
Who wasn't?
Yeah, he was like this for like years.
He was overcoming his fear.
That's a grown adult. Fear, basically when those attacked his daughter and her friend. Man, listen,
I guys keep saying I want to see a flashback of that moment when he comes back home and sees that. I just want to see him. Like I rewatched the Fast and the Furious today, and people have been asking me about it.
Yeah, I saw it.
But how like Dom rolls towards his charger, right, when Jesse's killed, right? I want something like that where Daniel's just like, right, and then storms to his car, and then some like epic music plays. You just see him drive off, and then present day, boom.
Bro, they're probably gonna take that stuff of Rocky IV when Rocky's mad that Apollo died, and you see like
yes,
you'll get those. It's like that's it. I'm tired of.
Yeah, I'm tired of this shit.
Like Daniel.
I love this shit. So good.
I really like the finale because it has two emotional fights. You have Hawk finally coming to his senses and realizing these guys are my bros. I cannot let this happen. What am I doing? You have Sam get focused and proceeds to whoop Tori's ass with that stick.
Yeah.
You have Miguel, who
bow staff.
Everybody was just on the edge of their seat because we thought I seriously thought Miguel was going to get seriously hurt, but then he got his strength back and he exposed Tyler and he whooped his ass.
Thanks for the motivation.
Thanks for the motivation. And then
thanks for the
motivation. We get the stakes are even higher because Hawk. We're gonna be nervous for Hawk next season, and then we get to Johnny. What happened? He rolls to the dojo. Every time that song when it first starts playing, I get chills. He opens the door, kicks in the door.
2,
he's like,
3.
Rob, what are you doing here?
And it links his fights up.
What's nice about the show is it pleases both old fans and new fans. Brings them together.
Yep.
It's so good.
Does it the right way.
Copy of.
I can guarantee you, once season 4 comes out, we're gonna do a watch party for that.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, when Robbie gets the win, I'm just gonna be just
baby.
Oh, speaking of Robbie getting the win, how do you guys picture Robbie winning the tournament? How does he win it?
He beats Sam.
His way. I think he's gonna be relentless the entire tournament, just decimating every opponent that comes his way, one by one. Then he's gonna get to the final, and I think he'll knock out Dimitri, and Dimitri will plant the seed of, hey, you jerk, you saved my ass at the mall, you donut. What are you doing? Is this your like Vader phase or something? And then eliminates Dimitri. Because it brings that
would be a cool reference.
But then you have the bloodline final between Sam and Robbie. And this is, I honestly firmly believe Tori is going to get the Hawk role this season where, like Hawk got disqualified by aggravating Robbie's injury. Basically, what Bobby did sort of thing.
Yeah.
She's going to get that. She's going to get bad news about her mother. She's going to go berserk on Sam's ass. Really hurt her. Then get disqualified. Then that automatically puts Sam into the final, hence why Amanda's like this. Then you have Robbie and Sam duking it out. Daniel's 2 former students. And then you have Robbie, Johnny's son, fighting against him. The emotions within that final are going to be so high. And it's going to break Daniel's heart to see his former people against his heir, and Johnny seeing his son, who should be on this side of the fence, on that side of the fence, winning against for his enemy. But I feel like, but the way Robbie will win isn't going to be striking first. I think he's going to use Miyagi-Do against them. I think it's going to be a reversal. He's going to use Miyagi-Do against them to get the win. Not dirty.
I wonder how Kreese will react to that.
But he'll get the win. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's all about perspective. If Kreese sees Robbie winning using Miyagi-Do, he might go, "Oh, so that's what's up."
Yeah,
that's what that feels like. So I'll say this.
Yeah,
I think that based off the promo and what Tanner has been teasing, I like the idea of him winning with Miyagi-Do. But I like full Anakin mode, man. I'm telling you right now, I think he's gonna show no mercy, and I think he's gonna go for the kill. But not like the kill, like I'm talking metaphorically. He's just gonna go for
he'll just be eliminating everyone one after the other.
Yeah, I think that
all you need is Robbie.
This is gonna be dark Robbie, anti-hero villain Robbie. Okay, I'm telling you,
for his redemption to be earned, we've got to see his evil. We've got to see the dark side first.
Yeah,
depends how what we can see first.
This way, I see it happen. We make it to the finals. You know, you already know they're gonna show that 1984 footage of Daniel and Johnny.
Yeah.
Or as Robbie and Sam are about to fight, it's gonna link. You know, they link the season 3 fight at the end with the flashback.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're gonna vote with each other.
They're gonna do the same thing. Like Johnny is gonna emulate Robbie. Daniel
is gonna emulate
Sam.
Like, they're gonna have that old film music saying.
The creators said that Johnny and Daniel will have a rematch in the show. Here's the thing, though. They're right and they're wrong. It's not them that had the rematch. It's the kids that have the rematch.
It's the kids. That's
the kids.
Yeah,
I'm telling you. And
even
they always
deleted it, man. She deleted off her post.
Every time Johnny and Daniel have a fight, they show the past. The only time they didn't do it was the season 3, but every time they
didn't.
They have the flashbacks. In this, they're doing it. Yeah. I guarantee you, if Sam and Robbie fight in the finals, which I think if they don't, it'll be a missed opportunity. If it's Sam and Robbie in the finals, they're gonna do the flashbacks between Daniel and Johnny. Watch.
As I've said, once Miguel gets back to full strength, he's in any final, regardless of what situation, because he's the Karate Kid of this show. So this is the best time to let other characters get that shot while Miguel is getting back to that peak. And I feel like I see, and I know about what you mean, Cobra Kai World, but if I have to be honest, like Robbie and Miguel need to bury that hatchet. Like I want to see something fresh. I want to see something different.
It becomes like too cliche between
and there's bad blood between these two. Oh,
adds a donation.
Now you see, ads gets it. Ads get right. Ads right. Everyone raise a pint to ads right now and say, "Ads, you're a legend," because he gets exactly what we're going for. Ad says, "I think Robbie should face his 3 former friends, Chris, Dimitri, and Samantha. He beats them all. This would be so important for his arc." Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Completely agree. Thanks, Ads. I appreciate you, bro.
Exactly. And the thing is, though, listen, I understand people want.
He's gonna get the hardest bracket.
People want Miguel and Robbie to fight in the finals again. But here's the thing, though. They fought twice. They'll probably fight again. But in the tournament, that is the most but that is the most anticlimactic fight, in my opinion, because
it's predictable.
Yeah.
It's predictable. You have to do something different.
Like I said,
do something. Change it up.
Robbie's gonna have the hardest bracket out of everybody. He's gonna probably face. I have a vibe that he's gonna face Hawk in the first round. I think he's facing
no.
If
Hawk loses in the first round, come on.
I'm just being 100. This ain't even hating or anything. Like I have a vibe Hawk and Rob are going to fight in the first round.
Oh no,
You
they
got
can't do that
Miguel.
to my boy Eli.
They can't do that to Hawk. They can't do that to
They're
Hawk.
gonna have Miguel in the meals, and then like of course that's how I see it. He's gonna have the hardest guy.
That's fair. That's
I mean,
fair,
no,
but I feel like
that's
Hawk will be the last opponent he eliminates.
Yeah.
I mean, or like Bobby. I think they have one.
Yeah, King Cobra,
point,
you're having a very great point, King Cobra.
But Gil injured again, and then Robbie won't feel like if he didn't beat Gil like 100%. I think that too. Like they both get like 1 point against each other, and this is for going to the finals or whatever. And then like Miguel happening, and then they gotta save that fight. That's how I see it, and then that's how I think.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
I just don't
mean,
Miguel and Robbie in the finals again. Like, listen, I love.
No, I think they're gonna fight again, but not in the tournament. I think they're gonna have like a brawl outside or something.
I think it might be the parking lot.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because I feel like this is an opportunity now to change it.
Yeah, I just thought that like
effect.
Robbie and Miguel, they're gonna be in semis or whatever, and they're 1-1 against each other. They're actually taking it seriously.
Miguel will be eliminated, but he'll be eliminated in a way where it's kind of like you weren't eliminated because you suck. You just it just is what it is, and Miguel will still hold his head.
That's what I'm saying. They keep it real. They keep it real enough where I can believe
Yeah, I can see them fighting
injured because he shut down. It's real because they don't expect it to be 100% going to the tournament, and so that's gonna hurt Robbie because 1-1, but if that makes sense.
Man, how can Flip
actually having another reason to fight each other again? Yeah. So.
Man. Oh man, it's gonna be so dope.
Yeah, it's gonna be one hell of a season.
Yeah, like everything's like this is the thing. I literally. As much as season 4 will contain so much throughout the season besides the All Valley that will be amazing. I have no doubt there'll be amazing stuff. But this season's whole premise is the All Valley, 100%. And when Miguel gets back to full strength, he's going to be in every final or in every kind of major victory because it's his champion arc. It's him getting back to his best and all that kind of stuff. So now is as good a time as any to get it right. And Cobra Kai World, I saw that. So Tanner basically saying he'll make his ultimate decision by the end of the season. I think that could be open to many things. Maybe he stays Cobra Kai, but he doesn't stay evil. Or maybe he joins Kreese, and Kreese and Silver have split. Or maybe he just goes his own way. It could be anything.
I have a prediction.
But I think he will be swayed back to the good guys, if you know what I mean. But he may not join them. If you know what I mean, he might go more anti-hero.
That depends.
That depends on the rules will go. He's gonna pick Cobra Kai because you don't tease him joining Cobra Kai since season 2. I mean, they're doing. It's not even funny. They've been blaming.
He was
in season 1 too because he almost joined.
He was gonna be Cobra Kai in season 1.
Well, season 1 he was gonna join. If anything, what's inevitable, and as you guys were saying. And I think, RJ, this is where you brought it up earlier. Great fucking point, my dude. Is season 1, Robbie was going to join Cobra Kai. He was going to go and join Johnny. Then he saw Miguel, changed his mind. What if Robbie stays in Cobra Kai and Johnny joins him later down the line?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. It could happen because here's the thing, though.
Brings it full circle.
I'm glad that Cobra Kai World brought it up because Tanner did say it. He did say he'll make the ultimate decision, but I think what's going to happen is he will choose Cobra Kai and he will choose Kreese. I don't think Kreese I think that he will choose both Kreese and Silver. I'm not going to talk about the whole Kreese and Silver theory because I don't think that's going to happen. If it does happen, it'll happen next season, not season 4. But I think what's going to happen is he will stay with Cobra Kai, and that kind of plays into the cliffhanger where if they lose.
But he won't be evil, kind of thing. Like this is the season where he gets the evil out.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
I think that
at the end of the day, he still wants to protect.
Go ahead.
He still wants to protect Kenny. I think he won't leave Cobra Kai.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like he does. Like he knows Cobra Kai evil. Yeah.
Kenny's going to be a plot device for Robbie. Because think about it. If he has to think about it like this, though. If he has to make a choice, if he leaves Cobra Kai, he's leaving Kenny. He's leaving Kenny. That's a good point. Because Kenny might be a plot device.
Yeah. Oh, another donation from Ads. It's a pint. Raise a pint again to my broski. Ads, you are a fucking legend, my good.
That would be
the writers
great.
won't make Demetrius easy fights if they fight Robbie. This needs to happen. The emotion would be insane with these two. Exactly. Ads, you're speaking my language. It's that kind of stuff where I feel like Dimitri will really serve Robbie's go. And because it's the thing that I was disappointed with season 3 is they didn't address that. The Dimitri and Robbie thing. Like, I really hope they address that going forward. Ads, great point, my friend. Great point. And thanks again, Ads. I appreciate you, man.
And also for what I've been hearing, Perry Silver is broke right now. So, like, win for Cobra Rich is back. So, I truly believe he's right.
Yeah.
Are we the big win, and if Silver wins this tournament, he's gonna get all his fortune back because of this. Because I think this is good. I think something just tells me that Terry Silver is gonna be hosting the tournament. He spent all his money on making sure this tournament goes good.
You just know Silver's going to be relishing in it. He'll walk in there Vince McMahon style, he'll drive a car in there, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, you know he's going to be relishing in it. And I want them to win just because I want Silver to just in. I just want to see him just have fun. I want Thomas Ian Griffith to have so much fun with just rubbing it in because I know he can do it.
Extreme situations required.
It feels so great to have him back, man. It feels so nostalgic to see him back. It's the thing is,
absolutely.
Wow! It's when he was about to tie that ponytail. It means business.
Yeah, he was tying it up in a teaser. You saw it, Chris.
He's on job.
All kind of teaser. That cut. I was like, oh shit. Ooh.
Yep. Yeah.
It means business, baby.
We're basically getting that. Basically, Cobra Kai is gonna win this. Turning Cove. And all the
and this is the thing. As much as we kind of know that it's going to happen, I would kind of like them to leave a bit of ambiguity. You know, just kind of like, hey, leave some mystery. Let us keep guessing. Don't make it too obvious.
Yeah.
But you know, but I think we could still be wrong, but I would be very surprised if it doesn't play out like Tori getting eliminated for DQ. Hawk making it. I think Hawk's going to make it further than Miguel this time.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I genuinely think Hawk will make it further, and then Hawk will be eliminated.
That's what I'm saying. It's
and then it'll be Sam and Robbie in the final. I think it's going to play out like that.
Yeah. Good.
I can see Robbie and Miguel like they're being tied. And Miguel like he pulled something and he can't no more. And you know. That's a situation.
But how good would that be for Hawk's arc if he goes further than Miguel? Like that would do so much for him.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, Miguel's injured, but you know what I mean. Like that would be like, whoa.
Yeah.
You know, like damn. I
am like, good. Like you can just see it right now. Somebody's about to like they say go, and Miguel's about to throw like a kick, and it just something just rips. And like he just goes down, and that's it. That can happen. Like I've seen it happen in MMA before. I've seen it happen. I seen it. Like you throw a kick, that mug rips. It's not a pretty sight.
Yeah, I've seen it.
And so, yeah, so we already know because then it will always have that continuous debate. Well, Robbie didn't really win against Miguel, so now we gotta hold that fight between.
No way, nasty.
The soul of the valley is on the line.
The soul is on the line, and like I said, you see Amanda the Stance and Yaya and Carmen and Anthony. Like Anthony is like.
I'm telling you, that's the final, man. And I'm telling you, that's the final.
No, it is. It is. It's got to be. Like it's the soul of the valley. Like I mean, come on, Lawrence LaRusso. Come on.
Just imagine like the announcer, the black dude, like, all right, everybody, we're about to get the soul of the valley. Yeah, and this is the first.
I mean, they might. I would love for them to say Robbie Lawrence and not Robbie Keane, just to really drive it home that this is Lawrence LaRusso again.
Yeah. What if Robbie said?
Circle.
What if Kreese tells him, go with? What if that's like an arc between the two? What if Kreese is telling him, go with Lawrence because you're the better Lawrence. You run that name, not him. And he tells him, enter as.
That's unbelievable. Yeah.
Oh, cheers for this nation. That's pretty, bro.
It's like, wait.
Fucking hell, you're on fire tonight, brother, man.
It's like Tyler B-Talk.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro. We're getting that. We gotta get that. Getting that salmon.
I think Dimitri's taking out Kyler.
Yeah, Dimitri's gonna take out Kyler.
I highly doubt that, maybe.
I'm telling y'all, man. They need to really listen. They need to really sell me that Kyler is a good learner because right now, when he fought Miguel, he wasn't even using Cobra Kai. He's just grappling. He better learn some Cobra Kai. He gonna get his ass.
He's a wrestler.
I know that, but I'm just saying. He ain't learned a damn thing about
it. Like
he
wasn't really that good.
Man,
he was like horrible.
Yeah, he needs to really like.
He needs a bit more.
He needs to sell me. They need to sell me with him. Sell me, earn it. Because right now I ain't believing he can beat anybody except Burt.
I mean, against characters like Chris and Mitch, I think he'll probably, I think those guys he can take.
But
I don't know. Chris is a big boy, man. Chris might drop him.
I can see. Who?
Did take a pan to the face.
Kyler
he gave a pan to Rickenberger, didn't he?
Chris is a bad man. Like, listen. If Chris were to hit, like, you know how he hit Rickenberger with that pan? If he hits Kyler with the pan, Kyler is going clean the fuck out, okay?
Hey, all Chris needs is a book.
He's a book, man. Chris is a smart fighter, bro.
Man, I think Rick Pryor is going to get
but it is a good point that in, like, a street fight, that someone like Kyler, he against, like, in a street fight, as of right now, as Ad says, I think Kyler could take Dimitri right now, but where season 4 goes, we could see it's Dimitri like rising up kind of thing, you know. David versus
some of y'all are sleeping. Yeah. Some of y'all are sleeping on Chris. If Chris and Sean fight, that'd be a good fight. Chris is a big dude, okay? He's just as big as Sean.
He's a big fella.
He's a big dude.
Yeah.
Like, listen.
I'm sorry, but real quick, hold on. Before we get started, like, bringing out Chris in the house fight, like, that's not believable. Like, because Chris was like first line of defense, and Tori just like knocked down. I'm like, no.
Chris is very underutilized. I feel like he's kind of just restricted to what his role is in the show.
Exactly.
But I feel like given a bit of spotlight, he could be a very good fighter. But again, this is like where it comes down to a balancing act. Like, you know, the way this show balances character stuff already amazes me how they do it so well. But the fact that you now have Robbie staking for first. You have Sam staking for first. You have Miguel trying to get back to first. You have Hawk trying to prove for first.
Yeah.
Like it is hard to sort of give that I've got to say my phrase, that nuance and context to every single fighter.
Yeah.
But I think there is potential there for Chris because he's a big dude. Like he's a big dude. So
listen, I'll take Sean to beat Chris, but it ain't like it's close. Don't like listen, y'all are sleeping on Sean, bro. I mean, not Sean. Y'all are sleeping on Chris. Chris is that dude, bro.
That was from my mom.
That was from my mom, bitch. Now listen, I said it to the guys yesterday. Kyler, listen, he has plot armor. He had plot armor against Miguel. I don't care what anybody says. Miguel was basically letting him punch him when Sam was backing away from Tori. Go back and watch the scene. He was letting him punch him, okay? I'm sorry. Like, listen. They need to sell me. They need to make it believable for Kyler to be anyone on the show. I'm sorry. They just have to. Because the man.
But I think the problem with that is because Kyler's only been put up against. That's the problem. Is he'll lose every time. He'll never beat Miguel. The only person we've seen him beat on screen is what's his face?
Mitch.
What's his name? Mitch. Yeah,
Mitch.
that's the only person we've seen him beat. Yeah, that's the only person we've seen him beat on screen. So I think if we give Kyler one, like, I would really like to see some more evolution for Kyler. Give us, maybe there's a scene at the tournament where Kreese uses him as the asset, break a leg or something, sweep the leg, and then Kyler's like, he's torn between making the decision. His dad's just sitting in the audience, like,
yeah. All I'm saying is,
like he's got to choose between shitting in my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And also, listen. Sean is a good fighter. He's a street kid. But you guys are basing it off of him jumping Robbie. Even though he threw him around, and I kept saying that on the streams, you guys are basing it off of him. He had, like, 2 fights with Robbie? Like, come on. Let's get some nuance and context in here. He needs to do more. Like seriously.
Because he was throwing
He's a good fighter.
around the...
Oh, yeah.
He was throwing that dude around.
He's a big dude. I'm just saying, when he gets in Cobra Kai, he would if he goes to Cobra Kai, he'll overtake Kyler's spot and he'll be the 3rd best fighter.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, this dude is very aggressive when it comes to his fighting style. We saw I
mean, this is one of the things that I was excited about, is that for me, Kyler fits Cobra Kai perfectly, and I feel like he's such an asset that he's one of them kind of tools. He'll never beat the lead characters ever, but he will give a really hard time to people like maybe Mitch or Chris or whoever. Dimitri, he'll give a hard time to, like, depending on where they go in season 4, he'll give a really hard time to those kind of guys. And he has that kind of presence where, like, he walks into the dojo, he's like, the hell you just say? Like, he's got an imposing figure. And I feel like a lot of people have asked me, like, in the comments, do I think that Sean could overtake? I don't think that he'll overtake him. I think they'll get along perfectly fine as the best of friends. I think they'll gel perfectly. Like,
unless they have
Robbie, Tori, Kyler, and Sean. That 4 right there is ruthless. Regardless of how we feel about Kyler, that is ruthless against anyone.
Yeah.
That is very ruthless.
All I'm saying is they need to really sell him. Right now, I'm not buying Kyler as a fighter. That's just me. I just don't buy him.
Yeah.
No, I know what you mean. But I mean, with season 3, he was only like in a few scenes. But it was one of the things that I was most excited about before it aired, was how they were going to integrate him. And I wanted to see more. But as I said with season 3, the problem, well, not the problem, but the problem with it is that you have characters, all over the gaff, here and there. With season 4, all the characters are in the same locations, so we can really focus on who's who. And I could see a scene where maybe Kyler's in the dojo, like Kyler, Robbie, Tori, maybe Sean, maybe not, maybe like later on the season, where maybe Kreese and Silver are testing them. I think you could see Kyler just knocking the fuck out of all the other Cobra Kai randoms. That would sell me. If you do that, then we could start to believe Kyler is... Give him the Hawk thing, where against like all the unknown fighters, Hawk's like the Punisher, just massacring people left, right, and center. But then it comes to like the bigger boys, and then that's where either the plot, unfortunately, or other stuff kind of holds him back. Stuff like that.
My boy.
Yeah,
I could see that.
Listen, I agree. I agree with the fight.
Couldn't Cobra Kai key.
Like the random,
like
just come everywhere. Right.
Oh, another donation. Ads, I fucking love you, man. You're just a legend, man. Everyone, raise another pint to Ads in the chat. Another fiver, bro. Honestly, I appreciate you so much, man. Absolute legend you are.
Not bad.
Enjoy Ronaldo this season, my friend.
Like to see it.
Let's just address the most underrated
Ads,
trio in the show: Samantha, Dimitri, and Chris. I think they would give Robbie, Tori, and Kylo great. Yes, they would. Samantha is the GOAT. We have established this. Dimitri is the Neville Longbottom, and Chris is a tank. So yes, absolutely, absolutely with that one. And let's be honest, I remember when you came on my birthday stream, Ads, and you spat some facts about Tori, and Tori has not won a single fight of anything. So she'll be dispensed off pretty quickly against those three, I think.
Yeah.
And can we just shout out my boy Dimitri? Like when she threatened Hawk, he was like, he won't have to. He's got friends watching it for him. I was like, yes, yeah, that's it.
I'm telling you, my boy Dimitri got Yasmin and lose in front of his girlfriend. I see you, Dimitri. Use us around.
Dimitri's come up, man.
RJ, going back to your point, Robbie being alert.
Oh yeah, she did beat Chris a little bit.
I like that. Like I see it now. Where Nelson's about to say, in this corner, Samantha LaRusso, and in this corner, hold on.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be longer Robbie King. His name is Robbie Lawrence, and it's just gonna throw off like Donnie. He's gonna be like, what the? And you just point to the crease, and you do it like.
Yeah,
oh, man,
I agree.
Yeah.
Absolutely badass. Oh, I can't wait for the season.
This season's gonna be sick, dude.
Yeah.
It's gonna be big,
fucking sick.
It's gonna be really big.
Man, I need to get a shirt. I need to get like a shirt designed in the gi with like Robbie Lawrence on the back of it. I need that. I need that. I need that immediately. Oh man, this show is so.
What do you guys think? What do you think Terry Silver's gonna be doing at the tournament? Because I don't trust him. Like just standing there.
I can see him pulling some shady maneuvers. Because again, he's not coming back to lose. So there could be stuff he does to win, but I don't think it will be dependent on him doing shady stuff. I think they'll just get the win regardless. But I could see him doing stuff anyway. Yeah. That's because this is the thing. Kreese is one thing, but we know how fantastical Karate Kid 3 is in terms of Silver being basically like the Joker. He changes the fundamental base of this show. Hence the line, "The Valley will never be the same," because now Silver's in the mix. The dude's fucking nuts. So he's gonna be doing a load of tomfoolery along the way. He's mental.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. Cobra Kai World. Cobra Kai World said it best. He ain't coming back 30 years. He ain't coming back 30 plus years just to lose again. Yeah. Cobra Kai is winning. I'm telling you. Yeah. But I have a bold prediction.
Good point, Nuts.
I think I have a bold prediction. What if the suit that Terry Silver wears in Cobra Kai in Karate Kid Part 3? What if he wears that suit again and at the All Valley? And I already said that he's gonna pull some tomfoolery. He's gonna do some shady stuff, pay refs under the blanket. Because here's the thing, though, I think Terry Silver is still rich. I think that he's still rich because you don't bring back Terry Silver for him not to be rich anymore. Because how are you gonna instill the nuance and the context of him taking over stuff? So he has to. So when he comes back, he's got to have some sort of money. He's got to.
He has to.
So I think he's gonna bribe some refs.
Yeah.
And that like 1.2
I'll give you $1,000
trickier than people think.
The other way.
I just had a thought. Ooh. What if? And we'll probably end soon because I got to go get some sleep in a bit. But what if one of the students doesn't actually lose, they get Silver. Like, what if Silver pays one of the refs off to do a decision against one of the students, whether it be Hawk or Miguel or whoever? Because remember, we've said this multiple times. They're going to be focusing specifically on Miguel, Sam, and Hawk. Them three. So what if, obviously we know Sam's getting to the final. That leaves Miguel and Hawk. What if one of them two gets cast aside due to a referee decision because Silver bribed them off?
Yeah, I can see that.
I think
I can see that because
it might be either. Shoot, this is going to be
strong fighters.
Definitely.
I think it'll be
that
Miguel.
one point
if
rule-
there's one fighter that will get ruled against, it'll be Miguel. I think they'll do something to get rid of Miguel. Take the champ out of the equation.
Yeah,
because like
I think that will work.
Kreese knows that he doesn't. Kreese doesn't want to take chances. He's a smart villain.
No.
So I think that I could see your point being where he kind of uses the whole thing of, because look at the 1 point rule.
I would prefer Miguel to go out like the clean way, but I could see Silver doing something for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get rid of the champion. Can't defend if he
weaken the team.
Yeah,
It's
because kicking Miguel out, it changes the whole dynamic for the other side because Miguel's the champion. And that means Hawk. All the pressure is on Hawk and Sam to step up because they're the only hope left. Like Dimitri and the others are cool, but objectively, Hawk and Sam, that's it. That's the only hope they have. If you take Miguel at the equation with Silver doing some shady business, like that screws Miguel over without actually. Because you can't. This is the thing. Like, as much as he's recovering from injury, time will have passed. You can't make him look weak because he is the Karate Kid. So what if he just gets screwed over and Silver's like, just, that face Silver makes in the corner in Karate Kid 3, that, like that kind of smile, that smirk. What if he does that after he gets Miguel sent off? He pays the ref like most football teams do nowadays.
That's
That
the
would be
one
so
character
messed up
interaction
for
that
Miguel.
I can't wait to see. Next year is
I would love it.
Terry Silver and Miguel. I want to see that interaction.
I would love it.
Terry and Miguel. I want to see that interaction.
Yeah, and as King Cobra says, that is a. I mean, I don't see it happening in this way. That is a. There's a reason why Robbie defects from Cobra Kai because Robbie wouldn't want to. I can hear myself because Robbie wouldn't want to. I can hear myself.
Yeah.
That was interesting. Because Robbie would want a fair fight with Miguel. That could hold true. Because Robbie would want a fair fight with Miguel. That could hold true. I can hear myself from somewhere. Who's me speaking somewhere?
That's weird.
Who's me speaking? I mean, as much as I love hearing the sound of my own, sexy timbre voice, it's very
Odd.
It's very
Odd.
Whose is it? There we go. Back to no, I think it might be UK. But yeah, I could totally see something like that happening because you just, I want Miguel to go out in a way where it doesn't affect him too much because he is the Karate Kid overall, and that happening, that would like, could you imagine the scenes of Daniel and Johnny flipping the fuck out? If Silver done that, they'd be like, "Hey, what are you doing? Come on!" But then that just raises the stakes even more. All the pressure on Sam, all the pressure on Hawk to deliver, and it's like climbing an uphill battle. Like it's all the cards are stacked against them. Like I would prefer Cobra Kai to win this cleanly, which
they ain't gonna win cleanly.
Isn't on the it isn't in their history. But I think with the context and nuance, my lovely phrase, characters like Robbie, he'll want to win cleanly but ruthlessly. Characters like Silver, he'll just want to win. He doesn't give a frog's fat ass about how he wins. He'll just want to get the win. He'll be bribing the refs.
Like Mike Barnes. Like Mike Barnes.
It wouldn't even surprise me if he pays students of other dojos to really go all in on getting disqualified against other players. That I honestly could see that. If he goes to like another dojo like Topanga Karate or something, hey Zander, yeah, you can go buy yourself a nice car, something. Go and break his leg, something like that. Extreme situations require extreme measures.
extreme measures.
And this is and some could say that this is a bit overkill, but this is the level that you go to now that Silver is in the show. It changes everything. Like it goes to that shady businessman. Like, you know, I've been watching Breaking Bad courtesy of you guys, really enjoying it. He will do the Better Call Saul type business that needs to be done.
Yeah, it's Better Call Saul.
Better call Saul.
Yeah. You better call Saul, baby.
My man.
I'll do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that actually happening, man. Like, I see Silver like paying off people. You, Chosen, you're a smart man, man. You just be coming up with these theories on the top of your head.
Thanks, brother.
I'm
definitely gonna do a video on that.
Oh yeah, because now that you think about it,
because it just feels like he'll want to secure the win. He'll want to do whatever he can to secure it, regardless if it's not for a lack of trust. It's just that he doesn't want to lose again. Like his ego's too up here.
Think about it, because remember, it was his fault that they lost in the again. I mean, Mike Barnes could have won the tournament because Daniel was terrified of Mike Barnes already.
Yeah.
All he had to do, was just
Mike would have won.
Yeah, Mike would have won, but now, like, Terry Silver's gonna say, like, listen, we got way too much on the line. I don't care what you have to do. I don't care how you do it. We're gonna win.
Yeah,
like,
get it done.
He's gonna put someone
last time. We had it in the bag.
Yeah. This time, like, he's gonna tell Robbie. This is where the wedge between Kreese and Silver is gonna happen. It's gonna be like that much of a dirty move to where, like, even Silver is gonna, even Kreese is gonna say, like, oh my gosh, dude, did you just think what I think you just did?
That's too much even for me.
Yeah. He's like, and like, I could just see him, Johnny, we won, baby, we won.
Yeah.
Like, did we really
this
win?
Is the thing with the show about perspective and stuff, and with Silver and Kreese coming into it, you know, did we? It flips it a little bit there. But with the perspective, what it will do is Silver will say, and we're saying it now, but the show, like within season 4, the whole narrative will be, listen, we had it in the bag, LaRusso, Mr. Daniel, we had it in the bag. Because we got cocky with your ass was the only reason you had an opportunity to come back. If we wanted to win, we could have. And we're not making that mistake again. This time, no prisoners, no mercy, and no loose ends. And I could see Silver just saying, listen, I'm doing whatever I have to do to get this win, Johnny.
Yeah.
Getting bored about you, Johnny.
Because the thing is, when Terry Silver comes to that Cobra Kai dojo, and like RJ was talking about it a couple of streams ago, when they start doing that red versus black challenge Silver's way, where it's like fighting to the death,
bodies to the floor,
bodies on the floor, he's gonna try to beat every weakness out of all those guys. Like they're like, you guys will have no mercy. You will eat, sleep, strike first, strike hard, no mercy. That's your preference.
I could see him going in on Robbie, Torre, and Kyler specifically. He'll push them hard. He'll say, listen, I don't want any weakness. Any weakness you have, we're not leaving this dojo until you work on it.
Yeah. Cause like it's gonna be to where, like, you know, Silver is like training them, and like, you know, like I can see this season I can see this happening. What if Robbie has to hit Kenny hard, bro, just to get the point across?
I don't know. That could happen.
No mercy.
It can happen.
No mercy.
I'm just saying.
A true Cobra feels no sympathy for its meals.
Yeah.
Yep.
I want to see Robbie hit all the wooden dummies.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, yes.
I mean, could you imagine an updated version of the Quicksilver method where it's maybe not one doll, it's multiple, and on each of them you have Miguel, you have Sam, you have Johnny, you have maybe his mother, and Robbie's just.
Yeah.
This will be very cool. This will be so
think
cool.
Robbie is going to be better than Mike Barnes.
That's what I'm saying.
Robbie will probably take the mantle of Mike Barnes. Like
he's definitely the It's the
his hair similar too.
Miguel is the Karate Kid. Robbie is the new bad boy, and Sam is just the new and Sam is the heir to the LaRusso dope.
Miyagi-Do, LaRusso dope.
I mean, as I said, I
kinda,
drew all your attention
kinda
to
like
that
a Julie
part in the
Pierce,
trailer, which just walking in, neck. That was Wolverine-esque. He was like, I'm ready to go to town on every single one of these guys.
Yeah. And so, but yeah, man,
I think Anakin slaughtering the Separatists and put Robert Keane in there.
Yeah. It could go down like that, man, where like Miguel can't enter into the tournament. That you might have something there, man.
Yeah.
It's like I can see it right now.
It just feels organic.
Yeah.
Dude, what if they do it like this? He probably says like before like Miguel is about to like hop on the mat, like I can see Terry says like excuse me, he can't fight. What? Because in Article so-and-so, the former champion cannot be fighting in a different dojo, so he's disqualified. What?
What?
Ooh, I see that happen. Like, excuse me.
Yeah.
That's true. I never thought about
do it like that.
That could happen.
Yeah, and you can just see Miguel like just straight up. You could just see Miguel just straight up saying "Sensei," like talking to Johnny, like, and you know Johnny, he's gonna be saying like, "Man, this is BS. How come this?" And then you just see
illegal bullshit. Russo, help me out.
And then and then the tournament committee is gonna say, "Well, Mr. Lawrence, weren't you the one that reinstated Cobra Kai? Why is half your dojo have a new dojo?" Well, you see
long story.
Long story short,
it just go. Well, you see, it's a long story.
And then you see Daniel like, oh, Johnny. And then you just see Terry just like smiling like. You just see Terry just like smiling like.
Gotcha.
Gotcha, Danny.
I mean, like honestly, picture the final image that all of the students see. You know, in Karate Kid 3 when Daniel's down on the mat and you can see Kreese doing this, and Silver going, "Come on, like all that stuff." But this time they win doing that.
Yeah, what if it's slow mo?
Yeah.
What if it's slow mo?
Slow mo, baby.
Yeah.
I can see it being a slow mo thing. Oh man, I'm telling you.
Because
okay, slow mo knockout, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I was just about to say, how would you see Robbie like beating Sam? Like, we keep on saying like Robbie would beat Sam like just straight up Miyagi-Do, but like you you see her.
I think the way he beats her,
I see him using his own move against her.
I think what's going to happen is he's not going to go he's not going to go fully beat down mode, but I think that he'll go close to that.
Yeah. That way Daniel and Johnny can't say like. That way Daniel and Johnny can't say
wheel technique.
Yeah.
And they said always move in a circle. What if maybe Robbie uses the moves from that on her and says, always keep moving in a circle? Send that Miyagi-Do, slap it right back in his face, kind of thing. And then mix it with his Cobra Kai. He's a hybrid fighter, so he'll be using both.
Because I can see this right now. Like, they're going to go back and forth. Like, I see Robbie getting the first point. And then, like, Sam gets the second, the second 2 points.
I think he's going to be talking shit. I think he's going to be taunting her and stuff.
I don't think so. That ain't Robbie. I don't think so.
It will be this season. No, I'm telling y'all right now, though. Y'all gonna see it.
I don't see that happening, bro.
I'm telling y'all, Robbie is going to be different this year.
Nah, man. Like
He's
Robbie's still
going.
going.
His character still has all that Miyagi-Do within him, and I think the way season 4 will shape out is he will massacre everyone.
He's gonna be a quiet. He's gonna be a quiet assassin.
But
he's gonna be a quiet assassin.
Be different from Mike in the aspect where Mike was very provocational verbally. I think Robbie will be more silent. He'll be more focused, more driven. And I
don't think he's gonna I don't think he's gonna go fully Mike Barnes, but I think he's gonna be talking, not like talking, but he'll say something to her if he fights her in the final.
Maybe.
We see his behavior at the end of season 3, how he reacted when he kicked everybody away. He's in a bad mood. Let's see if he's still in a bad mood in the tournament.
Because my thing is this, like, what's gonna happen is like, you know, like Sam probably has Robbie on the ropes, and then it's gonna probably cut back to Daniel just saying like, Robbie, remember, stay focused. And then like you say, he gets back into that focus mode. Get back into focus mode, and what I said last night, a focused Robbie is a dangerous Robbie. And Robbie's when Robbie's focused, ain't nobody stopping.
That's his problem, is staying focused. But when he's focused,
it's over.
You ain't stopping. But he's got to be focused first. That's the problem. As soon as he embraces his focus in season 1, right? He's one-armed like this. Robbie is a dangerous Robbie. He's got to be focused. That's the problem.
In season 3, when he went all out on Johnny Lawrence.
Oh no, that's why he was getting thrown around all over the place like a rag doll.
Yeah,
knock into lockers.
In season 4, he might.
Yeah, he really liked the lockers in season 3, didn't he? You know, slammed into one by Sean, then slammed into one by Johnny.
Quite ironic.
So, I mean, like, that's how I see it happening. It's like, you know, it's probably going to be, how many, you need 3 points to win? It has to be 2-1?
I think 3.
Mostly 3 in the beginning. I think the finale might be 3 maybe
it's
again.
3? Okay, so maybe this 3. Is how I see it. Like, Robbie gets the first point, but like, and then Sam gets like the next 2 points. Like they're gonna flash to her like training, like all her art with Johnny and Daniel, and then like you know,
he has a 2-point comeback.
Yeah, that's how I see it. Because like I said, like you see Kreese and Silver just giving him the death stare, and then he's gonna. I think Daniel will plant a seed in him one more time to like think about like he's gonna flash back to the first final. Robbie, remember, stay focused. Then you just see Robbie just get back up, do his kind of balance.
This final has the potential to be extremely emotional. I could see him losing a point because of that. That maybe he thinks back to that moment of when Daniel was bonding with him on the mat. That distracts him. Sam utilizes that, knocks him on his ass. That gets her a point, and then he, you know, it's sort of the conflicting nature. And one thing is, if he's got a 2-point lead comeback, right? If Sam's up like 2 points to 1, what if Robbie changes the tide using Miyagi-Do against her and wins using a Cobra Kai strike?
Yeah, that can happen too. It's like
I think that
like go ahead, RJ.
No, I was going to say based off what Tanner's been saying, I'm trying to put it together. I just think he's going to go full bad boy mode. I don't think it doesn't matter who's in that final. I just think he's going to go full bad boy mode. If it's Sam, he won't go like brutality wise, but I think that he's not gonna care basically.
Yeah.
But then it goes. He has to.
But then it's gonna like make me think like like after the tournament, like who's gonna get choked out in this parking lot? Like is it gonna be Robbie again?
Well, I mean, the video I did the other day, I said if it's Robbie, make it earned, because the problem is as much as I like a full circle, I don't want it to be like, I don't see a world where Robbie gets choked out if he wins. Like, and that worries me a little bit. that maybe they lose, and then that's why the choking thing happens. Like I really hope that isn't the case.
Well,
that
here's
maybe
the thing.
it's something
Hold
different.
on.
Maybe a
It's
different
Hayden.
character gets choked out, and then that starts the whole. Yeah.
It's Hayden that's talking. He likes a troll, so he could be that man. Hayden.
Well, the thing is,
a troll.
They said that Silver will kill for Kreese or whatever, and I think that has nothing to do with modern day. I don't think any character's getting killed off. Cobra Kai is not that kind of. It's not that kind of story.
Yeah,
it's Karate Kid. It's much more simple. But what I think is when he says Silver will kill for Kreese, it means the Vietnam flashbacks. Maybe Silver's first kill in Vietnam is saving Kreese by stabbing someone to death. You know, something like that. As a flashback to really show why Silver is the way he is. And remember last season they said there was 3 deaths. All in flashbacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, this might be another
so
flashback
it's probably going to be the same
sequence.
thing again.
Maybe, I think what happens
or just a misdirect.
I know a lot of people think there's going to be a parking lot brawl, which could happen. I'm not saying it's not going to happen.
It could.
I think it could be a different scenario. I think, what if it's just between the senseis and nobody else? Like, they're like, stay back and all that crap. And it's just between Daniel.
Party time.
Like, what if that's like, because I think we're going to get that Kreese, the 2 senseis. I think we're going to get that. So what if it's after the tournament? What if they're all dressed up? Because, I mean, I don't want to spoil anybody, but I think that they're all going to wear, like, gis. So what if that's their fight? What if they fight in the parking lot and with their gis on and stuff?
I can see Silver. I can see Silver. I mean, I can see Daniel saying, like, Silver, you son of a bitch. Listen, you got Miguel suspended. I didn't do nothing. I was just following the rules, Danny boy. Like,
and this is how the fight kicks off. It's not because Cobra Kai win that the fight kicks off. It's because Silver uses underhanded tactics to get the win that no one can prove or refute, and that's what sparks Daniel and Johnny saying, "What the fuck are you doing?" And then, kids, stand back. 2 versus 2, party time.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
who do you think wins that fight though? I think Johnny and Daniel still win.
Actually, you know what? Come to think of it, Silver's not wearing a suit. He's wearing a gi at that tournament. He's gonna wear a gi. He's wearing a gi.
Yeah.
He's wearing a gi.
The senseis are gonna have a fight.
Yeah.
The senseis are gonna have a fight for sure.
Cause like, wasn't there like a reference to the Kung Fu King Karate Kid?
I think so, but like, how do you top like Kreese and Johnny handicapping? Johnny and Daniel handicap matching Kreese, like Silver Kreese versus Johnny and Daniel. Like it's 2 versus 2. You know, it's.
And remember, Silver always stays in shape. Silver always stays in shape. Like,
that's true.
And you could argue at this point he's probably a. I suppose you could make the case at this moment he is a better fighter than Kreese. You could make a case for that.
Yeah, the way he moves in Karate Kid 3 is more
agile.
He's more
agile.
Yeah. He's more flexible than him.
RJ?
He's fighting way differently. So I bet
What did you say, Jacob?
We said it at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he stays in
my bad.
It's all right.
Yeah, they just stay in like. I mean, Silver stays in shape, man. Like that's the one thing that I noticed. Like that dude is always like hitting some type of bag, always has somebody like hitting pass for him or whatever, beating up on somebody. So we can arguably say that Silver
of him and Johnny just going to a bar and just having a bar fight.
Yeah. So those chains that you were talking about, RJ, in one of the streams, like I could just see him right now, like he's like lifting some weights and like there's some chains on the end.
The chains, you can hear the chains in Terry Silver tees. I'm telling you,
you can hear the chains. I thought I was the only one who noticed, but you can hear it.
I heard it.
Yeah.
Breathe.
And that's when he gets that phone call. He drops some weights. Yeah. He gets that phone call and he drops the weights.
He used at the end of the season against someone, or he's training someone. It's one of those 2 things.
I think he's training, bro. I really think he's training.
I would like to see where Robbie is punching like he's punching one of the chain punching bag, and he's got blood coming down his stomach, like his abs, and he's got like tape on his hands.
I've got the image in my head.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Oh, that would be badass.
Yeah.
I just wonder if Silver actually opened up Cobra Kai dojos everywhere.
Oh yeah, I think that's gonna happen.
Oh, he will.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it has to happen.
It'll come.
It's his dream. That's his dream, bro.
This will be a good way. This will be the good way to end today's stream. Watch this. This is how we do it. Cobra Kai get the win. The final fight has happened. Whatever. So what happens is flashbacks. You know the flashbacks link up with modern day. I'll be there for you your whole life. Calls him. What if flashback to when the first Cobra Kai dojo is open between Kreese and Silver? You cut to modern day with multiple dojos opening to show the evolution of how it's gone from one dojo to multiple. And that is where you end it. That's how you cut it.
Yeah.
Because there is a cliffhanger. That's what they said. There is a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I hope it
that's
ain't
going to be the cliffhanger. Empire Strikes Back of Cobra Kai, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Wow, we got to watch it now.
This has been an. Oh yeah, like honestly, I tell you what, dudes, I'll be losing it every 5 seconds.
Yeah,
I like that. This has been a badass stream, ladies and gentlemen. This has been an awesome stream. We've covered Star Wars, we've covered Marvel and DC, DC's incompetence, Spider-Man and Sony's incompetence, and we've covered some Cobra Kai. So all good things to come here from episode 3 of the Kings of Pop Culture. You'll be joining us next Sunday when I think we'll be doing Watch Party to probably. I think
it's a hiatus. We're on a hiatus. Yeah, we're on hiatus.
We will. I'll feed you guys an update in one of my gaming streams or something. But someone said it in the chat. Screw it. I'll say it just this once. Just this once. I can't believe you could be with a guy like that. So I just had to say. I have been the chosen man on the planet. Christian has the man, the cage down here. Somewhere. There we go.
He said, "Come here."
The king is being the king.
Num num. King Shark is a shark, not my Batman.
Not my Batman. Oh, my bad.
Yinko is there, and RJ is there.
The goat. I don't tolerate bullying in this chat. Mike, bitch.
Yeah, and also, Mike, if you're still watching, listen to me, to you, Mike. Listen, come here. Don't do that fucking shit. Be nice. Treat people with kindness. Nice. You arsehole. That's not nice. Don't be a douche. Be a good person. I covered all this nuance in my Chosen live the other day about nuance and context and discussion and conversation.
Do you have a life?
And it's like, as I said, I'm going to end it with this. Fuck it. If someone says, "Oh, but that's not good enough for me," well, then it's not good enough for you.
That
is the end of today's stream.
And
Peace out, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.